Good morning once again. Hopefully our technical issues are resolved. I will call this budget presentation meeting to order. Just to confirm, we are constituted today as committee of the whole. We will receive budget presentations from administration through today and tomorrow. I would expect that there will be ample opportunity for council to give direction to administration to amend what is now a draft budget in various ways, either to add or delete items. And at the conclusion of tomorrow's session, I would anticipate that we will have sufficient direction to administration to return to council at a further time with an amended draft budget, which will then come before council, right now slated for December 5th for consideration of approval at that time. I apologize for all of those who tuned in at 9 o'clock that we have been delayed. Apparently there was a problem with the OWL, which is a microphone device. It needed new tail feathers, and that has been confirmed and all seems to be in order. Since we are at budget, I thought we should take the opportunity. If we do need a new bird, who knows the best time to buy a new bird? When it's cheap, cheap, cheap.
Oh my God.
I will turn it to Mr. Given to introduce the topics for today and tomorrow. Council has on its screen the budget presentation, which means that I cannot see Councillor Demota, who is attending remotely. So Councillor Demota, I would invite you, if necessary, just to audibly indicate to me if you wish to ask a question of Mr. Given, because I will not be able to, at least currently I am unable to see you at all and won't be aware if you have your hand raised.
Okay, you hear me? Oh, okay. Hey,
Oh my goodness.
just kidding. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Mr. Given, I will turn it to you.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. So I just want to confirm, Councillor Demota, can you tell me by audio if you can see the presentation?
I can see the presentation.
Okay, and can you tell me if it is advancing? And I think that it is not. Is it advanced for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Hey, there's a good sign. Other than our little technical hiccups, hopefully that's the start of it for the day. Mayor Ireland Council and the members of the public, as Mayor Ireland highlighted, we have a couple of days of excitement ready for all of you, Council, and the community. On screen, you can see the outline of the proposed budget process. As His Worship highlighted, Council is here today in committee. So there are no final decisions that are happening. This is an opportunity for Council to give direction to administration on changes that you might like to see to the budget and to receive information from administration about the budget. I wanted to say thanks to our administrative team who put a lot of work into gathering together all of this information. Of course, Council and the public see it in a very condensed form here over the course of a couple of days, but there are really months of work that go into building this information. And I want to thank all the members of the team that ensured that we were able to have it out earlier to the public, have it available for the public review and for Council earlier than we have in the past. And I think in a very legible form that I think that I hope is easy for people to understand. So as we go through today and tomorrow, of course, we'll be receiving direction from Council. Following these 2 days of discussion, administration would need some time to consolidate those amendments and incorporate that direction from council and recalculate if required. And we are targeting council, and it's sitting as its ultimate form, considering the amended budget on December 5th at a regular council meeting. And that would be an opportunity for council to receive public input and to approve the budget if you feel that it's ready, or to direct further amendments. So there will be that intervening time between at the end of day tomorrow and December 5th for the public to provide any input that they wished through all of our regular channels. And at that regular council meeting, of course, we have our delegation portion of the agenda where any member of the public can come forward and make a presentation to council. And so that would also be an opportunity for people to comment. And that does allow people, the budget, as His Worship highlighted, is draft right now. We suspect that there may be changes directed by council as we go through the next couple of days. And so the opportunities for the public to comment on the budget as amended by council. So that's the process for the next couple of days and weeks. So in terms of our agenda for today and tomorrow, we'll do a very brief overview of the strategic planning and budgeting process. We'll discuss some of the factors that are impacting municipal finances, both globally and locally. A bit of a quick review about priority-based budgeting and how it inputs into our process. And then we'll get into departmental presentations, followed by community group requests. We have a couple of items from council that were referrals that weren't otherwise addressed. So we'll try and highlight the ones that are addressed in the departmental areas or in the capital budget. There are a couple that sort of weren't easily incorporated anywhere else. And so we'll have an opportunity for discussion about those referral items. Some discussion about the municipality's reserve balances and debt forecasting. And then we'll look to conclude. Are there any questions about the process? I don't see any. I'll just say, council, if at any point you feel that you need a break or you have a question, by all means, feel free, at the will of the chair, to interrupt administration. We're happy to answer any questions as we go through. So in terms of process, I did mention that budgeting is a cycle that really begins with priority setting and planning, where council identifies what its strategic priorities are. And this process happens over the course of an entire council term and then is repeated in smaller form each year of a budget. So council at the start of this term did define its strategic priorities, which are part of the public budget package. And those priorities are relatively consistent throughout the course of the term, and administration is constantly trying to adjust our services to better meet the priorities that are set by council. So we have, as administration, have gone through development of operational business plans and budgets that's been consolidated, reviewed by senior administration, and put into the presentation form that you're seeing. And we're here today for council's review, consideration, and ultimately, after you're satisfied, approval of the operational budget, capital budget, and then we get into implementation. As I mentioned, there are a number of factors that impact the municipal budget other than just the services that we deliver locally. And many of these will be top of mind for all Jasperites and, in fact, all Canadians and really globally. We've seen interest rates over the past year be stubbornly high. Last year at this time, when we spoke, the interest rate was 5.95%. But we did see the cost of borrowing increase throughout the course of the year. And as of October 25th, 2023, the prime interest rate stood at 7.2%. Looking forward, TD Economics expects interest rates to cool going into 2024, and they're predicting a 6.5% annualized rate for the upcoming year. Of course, this has an impact on the municipality because we do take on debentures to fund our capital programs where there's an asset that will have a long-lived life. So essentially we have to take out small mortgages or sometimes large mortgages to improve our capital assets. And that cost of borrowing has increased over the last couple of years, as all Canadians, I think, reflect and understand. Also through 2023, globally, we saw inflation was very high. When we spoke last year, it was expected to average about 3.7%. And looking forward, the Bank of Canada is expecting about a 2.5% average for 2024. So that is good news, but we do continue to see high rates of inflation. The other thing that's important to note, and this is referenced in the council and public budget package, is that municipalities buy a different basket of goods than the general public. And so while CPI is a useful measure that I think is widely understood, it isn't truly reflective of the goods that municipalities buy. Very few members of the public buy industrial-sized HVAC systems like we need in our activity center renovation, or some of the specialized services that we will be hiring out that we contract for. And so all of those things are different in a municipal budget than they might be in a personal budget. But we do face inflationary pressures on a lot of the similar goods. Energy is something that features quite highly in our budget. You'll see that as we go through. So energy costs are up. Things like insurance costs, benefits costs are all things that have been increasing the last couple of years, and we're seeing that reflected in our budget. We're also facing increased competition for labor, and the municipality, as a large employer, is looking to ensure that we can attract and retain a qualified workforce. And I think, as we've all been aware of the last year, it's been a very tight labor market, meaning that there are employers everywhere looking for qualified employees, and we're all essentially working from a very similar pool. ATB expects that employment will be about 5.9% for Alberta in 2024, which is slightly higher than 2023, but is still, I think, considered a very tight labor market where there will be competition for employees. So those are global factors. Jasper isn't any different than any other Canadian city, or in fact, than any other global community, and facing those factors, I think that they're at play really around the world. Additionally, locally, there are very specific to Jasper items that are impacting our budget. These include the cost of increased debentures. So as council's aware, we've had a significant capital improvement program, including the activity center renovations, improvements at the wastewater treatment plant, and a number of other areas. Those borrowings have previously been reported and of course were approved by council. In 2024, the tax-funded debt repayments are up nearly $600,000. So there is an additional $600,000 in mortgage payments that we need to make to fund the improvements that have been previously approved. And on the utility funded side, there's about $117,000. So again, these ultimately will lead to improved quality of service for the public and improved reliability of our assets, but they do come at a cost, which we're seeing reflected in the 2024 budget. We also see the impact of regular salary progressions. We have a unionized labor force that does have planned progressions and annual incremental increases. And we also see the impact of positions that were approved last year. Administration regularly ensures that we're not over budgeting by assuming that we'll start every position January 1st, because we know how hiring goes. You don't necessarily fill a position on the first day of the year. And so we don't ask for funding as though we're going to fill every position on January 1st. So last year, there were positions that were approved by council that administration had budgeted partial year funding. Going into 2024, those positions have been filled, and we now have to expect 12 months of funding for those positions. So between those regular salary progressions and grid increments and the full year cost of positions that were previously approved, on the tax funded side, that's about $400,000, $412,000 of impact that is merely a reflection of the cost of labor in the previously approved form. So that's without any additions to the size of our workforce. On the utility side, it's a smaller amount. It's about $32,000. But again, These increased debt repayment costs and the salary progressions are costs that the municipality that are really not discretionary. These are costs that we need to accept into our operations. As I referenced before, like a lot of Canadians and households and businesses, we're seeing increased energy costs. On our tax funded side, that's about $150,000 of expense. And on the utility side, it's about $57,000. So those three items together, particularly the first two, at $600,000 in debt repayment costs and $400,000 in salary, that's $900,000 out of the increase that we see year over year in net tax requisition request. Also impacting the budget is the full year of transit operations. Obviously, we'll discuss that in more detail as we go through. We'll get into those details. We also see land rent is predicted to go up. We're forecasting that for 2024, the land rent paid to Parks Canada will be in the area of $746,000, which is up a small amount over 2023, but is still a very significant amount in terms of the overall municipal budget. And then finally, we are also reducing our reliance on reserves to subsidize and reduce the impact of taxes on our ratepayers. Through COVID and the recovery, we were attempting to shelter businesses and the public from property taxes as a means to help support stabilizing of the local economy. In 2021, we used $1 million to cover off and reduce the impact of property taxes on local taxpayers. We drew that down to $500,000 in 2022. Again, further reduced that subsidy, that cushion that we were using to $400,000. And in 2024 budget, we're proposing further drawing that down to $350,000. And you will have an opportunity to give your opinion on that. That really gets into our use of reserves. And later on in the presentation, you'll see that we are drawing down our reserves. And at the end of 2024, we expect to have less reserves than we had at the start. And so that is not a sustainable strategy in perpetuity. I'll pause to take a breath before I change slides and see if there are any questions. Seeing and hearing none, I'll move on to another element that is a local factor that impacts municipal operations in Jasper. Earlier in 2023, Council received a report on tourism-based community costs and fiscal capacities. That report looked at Jasper, Canmore, and Banff and compared us with 30 other comparable municipalities across the province of similar size and scale. And it found that our three communities spend significant portions of our budget to support the visitor-based economy and tourists. In Jasper's case, it's about $6.5 million of our expenses go towards visitor-focused services. That equals about 32% of our ultimate budget. The report also found that Jasper has the lowest residential property taxes per dwelling. That's the chart on the top. And it also found that we have the second highest non-residential property taxes per business. And the report identified that if we had an approach similar to Canmore, which specifically has a policy set that attempts to be at the median of comparator municipalities, in terms of the residential property tax burden, we would generate an additional $1.1 million in revenue. So this context of visitor-focused services is somewhat unique to our three communities. And you can see that Jasper and Banff are outliers on the relatively low residential property tax burden and relatively high non-residential property tax burden. Council, I'll pause there and ask if there are any questions before we get into looking at a bit more of the specifics of the base budget proposal that's in front of you.
Councillor Watson.
I just wanted to clarify that when you say as the lowest residential property taxes per dwelling in this cohort of communities or in the province?
in this cohort of communities, so the study looked at a total of 33 communities, including Jasper, Canmore, Banff, and that's the table that you can see there. This information was presented to council previously, and the report is available on the municipality's website. But you can see that it is a wide range, and it's really saying of communities of a similar size and scale, what happens in those that have a visitor-based economy, and how does it compare to those which I think we can generally say don't have other types of economies, and is simply reporting based on publicly available data from municipal affairs.
Are you able to say, Mr. Gibbon, on that comparison chart of the 33, is it dollar amount that is being compared, or is it mill rate?
Thanks for the question, Your Worship. So this is dollars of taxes collected per property, which controls for the impact of higher assessments. So I know one concern that often comes across is that, property values in Jasper, Canmore, and Banff are significantly inflated over other communities in our comparators. And so that's why this metric is probably the most useful one. How many actual dollars do we collect per property when compared to other communities, rather than mill rates, or how much is the value of properties? This gets into is a reflection of the ratio of residential to non-residential taxes. And it is also reflective of essentially how much of the bill for municipal services do we collect from individual properties rather than from other sources. Councillor Demote, I'll just ask just to see, I don't know that His Worship can see you. Did you have any questions?
I do, but I'm going to wait until we get to the operating summary, because the information that you gave us, from the information that you gave us, my questions are kind of geared around percentage increases and all that, and I just wanted to get some clarification on the year-over-year change. So we're not there yet, so I don't want to complicate things for the viewers.
Okay, well, that sounds like an invitation to move forward. So we'll do that. So we will get into now looking at the municipality's proposed 2024 to 2026 budget. And certainly have our team of directors here, Melnichuk in particular. And so we may do a bit of a team effort as we go through. Councilors, if you have any questions, again, at the pleasure of the chair, by all means, feel free to let us know if you have any questions. So as presented in the budget documents, the 2024 operational and utilities budget are here. It proposes an increase in required net tax support of just over $1.3 million and an increase in utility expenses of $651,000. This chart will be relatively familiar to council and the public. And within that budget, our total expenditure is about $28 million. And you can see that in the chart on the left. That $28 million includes the amounts that we also collect for others, like the province of Alberta, the Evergreens Foundation, and for designated industrial properties. So essentially 24% of that $28 million total expenditure is actually money that we collect and forward on to others. 3% is reflective of land rent, and the balance is what we actually get to use for municipal operations. That is the chart on the right-hand side, and that breaks down the $11.5 million of total net tax requisition that administration is requesting, and you can see how that net tax requisition is sort of split across the departments. I think it's also important to note that if we look at municipal expenditures, pulling out the requisitions to others, the $11 million is reflective of about 50% of our total expenditure. So Jasper residents and businesses receive about $22 or $24 million in services, and in their taxes only have to pay for $11 million of that under this proposal. On the capital side, the budget documents contain our capital plan. We'll go through them department by department, but overall, the budget proposes approximately $41 million in capital expenditures planned for 2024. 54% of that capital expenditure is funded from outside sources. So those include the grants that are listed on this table, and this table is again included in the budget documents for those that it might appear small on screen, but it is in the public budget document. So you can see the vast majority of funding for capital programs is actually coming from outside sources. Smaller amount, 10% from reserves, and then 30% is proposed to be funded through debt, which is ultimately paid for through the net tax requisition and would come due in future years. Move next into speaking about priority-based budgeting and how it links with the proposed budget. But I'll pause to ask if there are any questions about the operational overview or the capital budget overview. I don't see or hear any, so I'll move forward.
Councillor Melnick, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Just taking a look at the initial budget increases last year, we had a budget increase which included $135,000 for the regional landfill. Do we have that this year as well? Was that a one-time, or is that over 2 years?
Your Worship, for Councillor Melnick, I don't have that information immediately at hand. I'm going to take that down so that when we get to the utility funded budget, we can make sure that we answer that question. There was the levy for the increase in capital for the regional waste, where they're adding a new cell, essentially expanding the landfill. We will make sure to have that information available when we get to the utility-based budget.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, again, seeing none, then I will move forward to priority-based budgeting and how it is connected. Council, so last year, your package included a raft of service profiles. Administration went through it and identified, I think at the time, approximately 82 different services the municipality had. We broke them down into service profiles, which described the service. Looked at whether it was a mandatory thing that the municipality was required to do, or whether it was discretionary, and really sought to sort of describe the service. There are new additions to our list of services in 2024. Of course, those are transit, housing, and the Director of Protective and Legislative Services are all ones that you'll see broken out differently than they were in the past. And there were also some changes where we identified that a specific sub-service was maybe more accurately reflected in a different department than where it originally lied. You can imagine that the workload of going through and redoing all 82 of these service profiles each year is pretty burdensome. And as we're getting into this priority-based budgeting practice, we're looking at it and seeing this as more of a by council term, redoing all of them, rescoring all of them. And so this is our first cycle of going through that. And really what we did for 2024 was add the new items. There were a smaller amount that were rescored because of some adjustments, but largely, and in our fancy colorful sheet, which we'll talk about in a couple of minutes, the vast majority of those are the same. So really it was the additions of service profiles, and that's why You didn't see that in your package this year. But after we go through and identify all the service profiles, and we'll just say for anybody watching online, this chart has not shown up the way that it was in the document for any other representation of it. So in the printed materials, I believe it represented fine. We score the services and divide them into services which are largely internal, things such as payroll processing. Obviously, the municipality can't exist without that, but it isn't a front-end customer-focused service. And those services which are external facing, such as community outreach. And we attempt to score those services into quartiles. So the ones that are most aligned with council's priorities, or they contribute most directly to council's priorities, and then those which contribute more indirectly or to a greater, less extent. So here, this chart shows all of the 82 services arranged by internal versus external, and then highlighted by quartile. The upshot of that is that administration was able to look this year at how has our spending changed, or how are we proposing to change our focus in spending? And when compared to the 2023 approved budget, the 2024 budget is proposing to shift the focus of our resource allocation towards those services which are in greatest alignment with council's priorities. So you can see here that comparing 2024 to the past year, to 2023, we're increasing the share of spending that is going to quartile 1 priorities and decreasing the share of spending on the other quartiles. So this is about, out of our total spending, what percentage is going towards the most important items. And you can see that we're shifting it so that there's more of our spending going towards the items that more directly support the priorities. The other item that we introduced last year was a very large and very colorful table. This is just the top summary of it that listed all the 82 different services and their scores. So you can see where items placed compared to one another. And council, there is an adjustment. Your printed copy of the presentation has an updated slide. The package that went out on the website, we found an inconsistency, and I'll speak to that in a second. So the new services that we added, transit and housing, and breaking out the Director of Protective and Legislative Services from to be more transparent in how it's presented, all ended up being quartile 1 services, meaning that they all contribute very directly to the priorities of council. The housing profile in the 2023 version was essentially based on a part-time, a 0.3 position that really only supported the JCHC board and an administrative capacity. With council's approval of a full-time housing coordinator position, our housing effort has jumped from a total score for that service of 6 to 34 in 2024, essentially reflecting that we're doing more in housing, and that has had a significant impact on the level of service. And obviously, we've had a lot of discussion about housing past year. So that what you see on the chart in front of you highlights the change in contribution towards the individual council priority areas. So for example, the first priority area in the list is taking proactive steps to reduce the risk of people becoming vulnerable and respond when they are vulnerable. And you can see that year over year, 22 to 23, we've increased that by 9 points. So this is a reflection that the new services that we've added make a direct contribution to that priority area. Another useful item to look at is in the housing area. This is obviously a weakness because there are less parts of our organization that contribute to housing than maybe some of the other services. That said, the addition of the new housing coordinator increased the amount of effort that's going to each one of the housing priorities. So you can see that build our internal capacity to advance housing priorities. We've increased our contribution there by 3 points. Investment in infrastructure to support housing, again, increased our contribution there by 4 points. And so on, an increase of 5 points, and invest in developing community-focused housing units, and facilitate others in developing housing options, and explore increasing the number of staff accommodation units. All of those areas increased, and that's a reflection of that addition of resources to our housing area. Another area I think of interest that was a weakness was under environment. If we look in the middle of the environment section, one of the items was increased opportunities for active transportation and transportation alternatives. When we presented last year at this time, you would have seen that we had a total score of 18, which says how much effort, how many pieces of the organization contribute to that priority. And it was relatively low compared to other priorities. This year, it is up to 23, so it's increased year over year by 5 points. And so that's a reflection of the fact that we've implemented a new transit service, and as council will have seen, transit features highly in the livability of the community as reflected in Jasper's living wage. That item showed that the availability of transit actually reduced the living wage by approximately $1.20. So it had a significant material impact, and you can see that show in the scores here. It is still an area of relative weakness across our organization because it is such a narrowly focused service. You know, our payroll department doesn't contribute to transportation alternatives. Our recreation programs don't contribute to transportation alternatives. So I think one observation that I have about how we use priority-based budgeting is that these areas of weakness start to show up when they have a very narrow focused priority that only some parts of the organization will be able to contribute to. The ones where we have the highest score, and your worship, I remember the discussion last year about, well, what is enough in a priority area? My observation is that it really is when there's a very broad priority that many parts of the organization can see themselves supporting and contributing to, that it's going to receive a high score because every one of our 82 services probably contributed at least 1 point towards it. And a good example is ensure residents receive quality service that provides strong value for dollar. This is our highest scoring area. And I think that's a reflection of across our organization, many parts of our organization are focused on ensuring that they have that. And so when we go to score out of the 82 different service profiles, as administration, we can see that many of them are contributing to a strong quality of service and value for dollar for residents. So I think that that's a useful observation as we start to think about how we use strategic priorities and maybe what strategic priorities the next council might adopt and how you might frame them. If they're too narrowly focused, only small parts of the organization get to contribute to them. If they're very broadly focused, every part of the organization likely contributes to it. And so you're going to see some difference in the total scores or contribution at that level. But being able to see year over year change in the impact of expenditure and investment, I think is also a useful metric. So council made the decision to invest in public transportation, and we can see that our outcomes on increasing transportation alternatives, our environmental outcomes have all improved. Same on housing. We can see that all of our effort in housing has increased as a result of that increase in dedication of resources. My next slide is actually questions and maybe an appropriate time for a break, and then we'll council because next we'll get into departmental presentations. So your worship, I'm going to take the slide off screen. I can do that without blowing up our whole system. And then I'll turn it back to you, Your Worship. Great. I see that Councillor Demota has a question.
I do, thank you. If I may, Your Worship.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Moore.
My question is, and you don't have to put it up, Mr. Given, through you, Your Worship. Just in the initial slide that you gave us regarding the kind of fixed increases that we are facing, is that number, because before that 350,000 that's proposed to reduce it, I have about $1.4 million in that increase. Is that the number that's directly affecting the area of change in the overall budget summary for we've got $1.348 million. The numbers are very close. So is that directly affecting, before we move any further to external asks and all the other things that are coming forward, is that directly that number?
I think Director Malinchuk can probably be best positioned to answer that. Put it up on the overview, which I think is maybe helpful for the question Councillor Demota is asking. Director Malinchuk.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Demota. Yes, a lot of the local factors that you see are impacting that 1.3 million that is noted on the budget overview. There are multiple factors. These are the main factors that affect the budget. You'll see that as we discuss individual budgets, you'll see some areas where the revenue might go up, go down, and the same with some expenses. So ultimately, there's lots of shifts all over the place, but these are some big shifts that we wanted to note that are very solid within the budget.
Your Worship, if I may, the other thing that administration will describe as we go through is that we have made some recommendations that are embedded in the budget about how we manage some of these increased costs and expenses. And so that gets into utilization of paid parking revenue and how it supports some of the costs that are coming on stream for the municipality. So we will describe those in more detail as we go through the different departmental budgets.
Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. My question is about the visitor focused services page regarding targeting the average residential property would bring in $1.1 million. What would that look like to the average residential property owner? That might be a big question.
I think the answer is that if we jumped to the median in 1 year, it would be a significant increase. It would essentially be a shifting of the tax burden from non-residential to residential. Administration could do some analysis and look at that ratio or the implication of coming to the median. That discussion is slightly different then the discussion about the overall budget and how much expenditure the municipality, is required to have. But certainly the council had an interest in exploring the implications of changing our position on that scale. That's something that you could direct us to do. And ultimately that could follow the budget discussion, and would not need to be finalized until essentially the municipality sets the mill rate in the spring. So that is an option that council has. Administration would likely recommend that if there was an interest in any change in that area, that it would be phased in over a number of years to reduce the impact on residents, or in any one particular year.
On that same topic, Mr. Given, assuming for the sake of argument that council went that way, how would that impact the colorful graph of alignment with council priorities specific to the value for dollar item? I mean, I take it that when you, as administration, assess that, it's the contribution that each department makes to the effort gives the score. But if the result is to increase the tax amount, seems to me logically that is a diminishment of value per dollar. There's still value there, but you're paying more for it. So would that affect that? And how would it affect the rating for preventing and addressing vulnerabilities?
Your worship, there's a couple of layers to your question. First is how it would affect, the council identified priority of providing value for dollar. And as I think council's discussed before, there's a significant difference between value and cost. And so this priority does not say provide services at the lowest possible cost to residents and taxpayers. It says provide the highest possible value for dollar. And so there's a bit of subjectivity in there. One person's value can be another person's cost, or people may sort of assess value differently. So I think that would be challenging. I think that it likely wouldn't have an impact if we shifted on that scale, because no matter how many dollars we collected, all parts of our organization would continue to be focused on ensuring that they're utilized to their greatest effect, and utilized to provide good quality services to residents. So I don't think it would have any impact, because if you asked any one of the members of our 100 or so staff that work for the organization, I think they would say that they come to work every day working to ensure that they provide strong value for dollar. And it's just about how many dollars we give them to work with. So that's the first part of the answer. The second part was around shifting a shift like that, a tax shift. What impact might it have on vulnerability in the community? And I think there's a couple of different layers, and it really depends on a number of different factors. So if you are a property owner, it would be an increased cost to you. I think we can speak plainly. Taxes, when they go up, they're an increased cost to people that own properties. And that's very direct. It becomes less clear, or at least less direct, if you're somebody who rents. No doubt, owners of properties pass on costs to renters. Is it a one-to-one? I think that's unclear. And so as administration, I don't want to say that renters are sheltered from that, but I also don't know that I would say that they feel it directly in the same way, because we as the municipality can't control what costs an owner chooses to pass on to a renter. The other thing that I would say is that the availability of resources for public goods and services do have a direct impact on ensuring that we're able to respond when people become vulnerable, and that we reduce vulnerability in the first place. And the best example of that is the transit service or childcare services. Both of those are items which we collect taxes to deliver. And so that on the one side of the equation, we're collecting more money from everyone that owns a property. And we are pooling those resources and providing services that provide benefits to everyone, whether or not they own a property. So a renter that faces increased property taxes may face them indirectly, but they may receive a very direct benefit from the fact that there is high quality, relatively low cost after school care for their children, which in turn reduces their vulnerability. So it is a complex question. And I don't mean to try to make it intentionally complex, but I think you can see that there are a number of different layers, and there isn't a straight line relationship between taxes and vulnerability, or taxes and value per dollar, because some of those measures are subjective and some of them are indirect. And so that's the challenging job for all of you, is to decide on a subjective basis, does any particular service or the entire expenditure of the municipality provide enough value to the community? And are the services that we're providing support your priorities in the way that you wish?
Thank you for that. Unrelated, I had one other question, fairly specific. At some point in your presentation, you made a comparison between $11.5 million of tax levy and another number, which I thought was 24 million approximately, and gave a percentage amount. Can you just clarify those comments for me, please?
Yes. Yes, Your Worship. The best way to look at that is here. So under 2024 expense, you'll see that under administration, there's a line called ASFF, Evergreens and DIP levies. So that's essentially the money that we collect, are required to collect, and essentially send on to others. ASFF is the Alberta Schools Foundation, essentially the province of Alberta collecting money from the local tax base to fund schools. That's the greatest portion of that, $6.5 million that's there. So when you look at the line of total budget expense under 2024, you'll see $28.9 million. So we have to remove out of that $28.9 million, the $6.5 million that go to others. We don't get to spend that money. We don't get to spend that money on any local services. It just goes out of the community. And that just is the law of the land. So out of the $28.9 million, we really only get to use $22 million of it, which $11 million net tax requisition is roughly half. So that's where I made that reference. You know, for delivery of municipal services, all told, we expend about $22 million, about half of which, 11.5, comes from taxes. The balance comes from user fees, grants, which are a really significant feature, particularly in community development and other areas. And so the municipality is working to identify alternate sources of revenue. We do that, I think, very well. Residents receive about $22 million in services, and through their taxes, they only have to pay for about half of it.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Are there other questions currently for our CAO relating to the presentation thus far? I think that Mr. Given was suggesting that before we get into the specifics of the finance and administration budget, that we take a brief break. Seems appropriate if we try and get through both the operating and capital portion of finance and administration. That will take us at least another hour, I would think, so it might be appropriate to break now. Councillor Millick?
Well, we're on this page, and we were talking about a budget item that, you know, impacts us. The 6.5 million is another one there. The 379,000 for policing. That probably runs along that same line where, while there's no increase in policing, that line has in fact doubled since 2021. And it's a cost that we need to continue to incur Whereas back in 2021, we were paying about $189,000. Just on that specific line item, is there any indication for future that will the policing agreement with the province, do we see any change in 2025, or are we at a point where we are pretty assured that this might be the level that we would be at?
Your worship, for Councillor Melnick, I believe, and I see Director Malinchuk sort of doing the close analysis. So there was a very small year-over-year change. I think something in the area of $14,000. I believe that we have reached the the top end of the phase in. So when the province announced this change, the goal was to have municipalities like Jasper, I think, ultimately paying approximately 30% of the cost of policing. And so I believe that we've reached that. Well, again, we can confirm that when we get to the protective and legislative services area, or maybe through finance. But we don't foresee drastic changes like we have in the past, because I believe we've reached the top end of that scale.
Thank you.
Councillor Demota, any questions before we take a quick recess?
Just a comment. Thank you very much. I appreciate what Mr. Given was saying in regards to direct and indirect benefits, because I think that's something that, you know, I'm not saying that we do bad at, but maybe we could do better at, you know, selling to the community, especially around budget time. You know, we talk things about, we see big increases in arena projects that might have, you know, a direct financial impact on, like, let's say, the non-residential portion of our community. But residents benefit from that and, you know, get a higher quality of a facility in that regard. And then you can make the same argument about daycare in the opposite sense. So I think that's a really good explanation, at least to start with. And I think a little bit more communication and focus on that type of mindset would be helpful when we're talking about budget increases, especially to the local taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. If there are no other questions now, let's take an 8-minute break. All right, I thank everyone, at least in the forum room, for being punctual and back at it. We are back in session, and I will turn it back to you again, Mr. Given, for the presentation of the departmental budgets, beginning with finance and administration, I believe.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. So Director Malinchuk is going to start off, but we're going to have each of the directors make their presentations. In some of the areas, there are position requests that will be shown, but it's important to know that there are no new positions embedded in the budget envelope. So what you're seeing does not reflect any increase in positions, although the different directors do have some areas to show you, but we'll leave that to each of them to discuss as we go through. I will share my screen so we can get our PowerPoint going. And I will hand it over to Director Malinchuk.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, Council, and everybody viewing this morning or on YouTube later. To start off, I'll talk a little bit about finance and administration. As you'll see on the first slide, once we have it up, there we go. There are two areas. There's my area, Director of Finance and Administration, and I have IT as well as Finance Manager under my direction, as well as then some other staff. You can see they're all labeled in green. I won't go into everything. And then we've also represented Mr. Gibbons' department and who his direct reports are there. and any of the staff that are working for those direct reports. So within the finance and administration, there's many focuses for the year. However, the largest focus will be increased focus on the IT and implementation of IT master plan. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through the operating side of things, but the master plan is currently being processed, and council, I believe, should see it before the end of the year. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of that. That was part of the capital approvals that went through for the 2023 year. So we're working with that group right now, that consultant. We'll also be adjusting to new PSAB standards. So we are currently working with the consultant as well on asset retirement obligations. So a new standard that finance will have to follow, and that is to set up the liabilities that we have as a municipality for assets that we have currently that might have some additional costs in disposing of them. So a lot of association with asbestos, obviously, lead, and also some areas in underground, which we're fortunate we don't have, or lagoons, which we've taken care of as well. So we're actually quite fortunate in what we have seen so far with our study. So, but council should see the results of that study coming shortly here as well. And yes, we're also lucky and in that we're doing the major renovations to the recreation center, and they are our older building assets, so we're mitigating a lot of those now as we speak. So also we will be returning to regular financial reporting. So I've been working at that this year, but also now that I have a finance manager under helping me, so we'll be able to see those more regularly at council. And also just to highlight where we're at with that, I have hired the assistant or the finance manager. However, we now have to fill her position. So I haven't completely given all of the training or whatnot yet. So there's a bit of a rollover that occurs. And so we're still working on the full implementation of the department staffing process. We'll be increasing strategic financial planning and policy during the year, and also increase on focus on communications and housing strategies. So council and the community has seen a lot of work go into those two areas over the past year, and we'll continue to work forward on those areas. So that direct communication now works with Mr. Given, and also the housing strategies as well. And that was a new coordinator position added last year. So there's an increase in focus in those areas, which is a big priority in council's strategic plan. So that's where we are at the moment. Now, sorry, I just looked wrong way.
Yeah, yes, just before you leave that slide, there's an indication of total staff of 13.5 full-time equivalents, but none of them show as a 0.5 that I can see. So where is the 0.5, and might we anticipate that over time that will become full-time?
Thank you for the question. Actually, it's my next point that I was going into. So it leads us right into the next slide. But yes, I can comment on the 0.5. It's actually the IT coordinator. And on the next slide, we are talking about the operating budget and some items of note. During the process of this year and reviewing IT, what we have done is built in an additional IT support for would be an additional $98,000 of contracted services, split between all departments. So you don't just see it in finance and administration, it's a cost share that all departments would be be contributing to. As you all know, IT is very important. We experienced some glitches this morning, and it shows how important it is to all of us right now in our world as it has evolved. When we first brought on the position as a 0.5, the position supported about 70 full-time equivalents, and that's nearly doubled since then. So the stress is being felt by the level of what support is needed. And you know, there's a risk of underfunding IT. There's our reputation, not delivering services that match customer expectations. You know, if we're not filling the positions properly, there's, you know, retraining, training, recruiting, whatnot, and work tasks can consume valuable staff time if there are any downtimes. So given that our staff has increased substantially, it's a lot for one half person to cover. So that has been built into the budget because it does cover all areas. We did it this way because we can have an external support, and it will assist our current 0.5 because of our limitations with there's various different reasons why we went this way, but one reason would be the limitation on our space, on even being able to retain somebody into a position for in Jasper, and all the dynamics that we as a municipality are faced with our challenges of housing and whatnot. So this is, you know, and this is the beginning of a movement forward. There will be more recommendations from the IT master plan, and but this year's, that's what we're looking at for that. The other items of note for our budget, just to actually focus a little bit attention also to the actual budget document on page 28. You can see also the net surplus on every, or deficit on every budget. And the administration doesn't change much year over year for the 24 year. One big thing that you'll see is a change of moving communications from protective and legislative area over to the finance and administration area. So basically that cost is brought over. The year over year change in that actual specific service is only changing by around $45,000. So it's harder to see because you don't see the year-over-year change departmentally. So I thought I would note that in protective and ledge, you would see it as how it was in 2023, and in 2024, you'll see that it's represented that the new amount, and the year-over-year change is 45,000. We also removed energy management from the CAO office and moved it as a discussion for operations and future endeavors in energy management. And the only other big thing that might jump out at people is the big shift in general admin and other, and that is just a change in internal transfers for capital repair, maintenance, replacement that we've seen in the past, and we're trying to actually phase that out. We had started that in with the prior council, and now we don't see the need to represent it that way, so we're going to phase that out. So, but it's basically the same change in revenue as expense. So not much change there overall. And then when you look at the next slide, we start speaking about the capital projects. And on the slides itself, we're only giving the next 2 years, but within the context of the actual budget present binder, there's 5 years projected. So in administration, we see 3 new added projects in 2024 and only 1 in IT. And in IT, it's infrastructure upgrades, so just continuation of that movement. A lot of work will be more focused into the operating side of IT for the next year. And then for the administration side, we've just added a few items, roof access and fall protection. So it's been a health and safety item that operations has been trying to get to for several years and getting all of the buildings to have that standard. Asset management software so that we can incorporate finance and operations together in our asset management. And carpool vehicles, should council think that it would be a good investment rather than, traveling with our own vehicles, to have a carpooling system set up for council administration, whatnot, so that, any out of town meetings or conferences could be, for instance, that vehicle could be used to attend rather than personal vehicles. And that's something that we did in the past. And we haven't replenished that fleet. So it's on the table to discuss this year. And that actually leads us into a very quick summary of the administration budget, finance and administration budget. And I don't know if Mr. Gibbon would like to speak to the next slide.
Council, at this point, in each of the departmental presentations, obviously, if you have any questions on the capital or operating, and we wanted to start, ease you into it, because as we get into community development, Director Reed's area and Director Greathead's, they're very large areas, so there'll be longer presentations, I think. But as we go through the departmental presentations, certainly an opportunity for you to ask questions of the director and myself about anything in the area. And then we will be asking you to make amendments if you see that amendments are required to either the capital or operating for the area. And subject to any amendments that you might like to make. We have some tentative motions for you, again, are in the slide deck that was handed out to you, that are essentially, we're going to ask for sequential approval of the area as presented, or amendments that you might like to make. And again, remembering that any approvals here are approvals of the presentation of the draft. And ultimately, none of the areas will be approved until council approves the entire budget when council sits in a regular council meeting. So that's the next slide. Does show those motions that are there for council consideration. The council approve the finance administration operating budget as presented, and second one that committee approve the finance administration capital budget as presented. So those are there for your consideration after you've had an opportunity to ask any questions I'd like to ask.
Thank you both. Councillor Keller-Hempy.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through you to Mrs. Melanchon or CEO Gibbon. I'm just curious on the communication manager, the communication and graphic designer coordinator. Was that the position that community services that's now gone over that department?
Your worship, for Councillor Keller-Hempy, yes, that's correct. So as a part of our reorganization of our communications function this year, the communications manager that previously reported to Director Don was reallocated to report directly to the CEO, to me, and the graphic design position and coordinator position that were in community development and were reallocated to report to the manager of communications.
Thank
So
you.
those are both existing positions.
Thank you. May I ask one more question, Mayor? Just under the budget for the carpool vehicle, I was probably one of those councillors back in the day, and that the vehicle was there. And at that time, our CAO decided to not do it anymore. He felt that it wasn't effective, that the cost. I'm curious, like, have you done an analysis of the costs of what it costs council and administration for traveling versus the vehicle?
Unfortunately, your worship, through to Councillor Harvey, unfortunately, at this moment, not a direct study. I haven't had time because I've been directly focused on putting the budget together. It's something that I can do in the next coming weeks to give the council a bit more information on that area, because I do obviously think that that's important to look at. I just haven't had time.
May I ask you, is council interested in getting those numbers? I don't want to make this Melon Shop go to a lot of work. I just think it would be interesting because, you know, a vehicle will start to depreciate after 4 years. Replacement, you know, I mean, is it worth going down that road again?
Exactly, yeah.
I would certainly support a request for that information. Is there any objection from any councillor? Councillor Demota?
Well, not so much an objection, but just from having some history on that. And I don't think it was actually the CAO directly that made the call at the time. I think it was influenced from council. There was a question that came across, is it worthwhile doing this if we're not going to be using it all the time? A lot of the issues were dealt around the replacement of the vehicle and the wear and tear, and then the reliability of it. We had winter tire issues, and then changing over. Should we be using all seasonals? And then there was like the whole, you know, fear factor, I guess, and not having a stable enough vehicle and traveling in the wintertime, that type of stuff. So I would have to see a pretty good business model to convince me to go in another direction. I don't want to waste anybody's time to go and do an analysis on this, especially when we've got bigger fish to fry, so to speak. And I think it would be a waste of administration's time. I'm not in favor of supporting this. So, you know, sorry to be a stick in the mud. I appreciate the direction that administration wants to take on this. If it's something that would benefit administration overall for staff and stuff, I'm, as a counselor, I can't see it worthwhile, you know, using it for our purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. That did sound very much like an objection to me. So I will note that. Councillor Hall or Deputy Mayor Hall?
Thank you. Just for clarity, we're looking at whether it'd be worth having a vehicle as opposed to paying out mileage. Is that what we're discussing here? Thank you.
Your worship, through to Councillor Hall. Yes, so the there's different mileage if you're taking your own vehicle versus a town vehicle. So it would be a lesser amount for travel. However, then, you know, there is that cost and repair and depreciation like that. So it is something that's brought to the table because it's been heard by some that, or heard that it would be desirable. Then there's others that aren't so interested in it. So an analysis might show that we are very close in our figures. Yeah, could be very close.
I am personally supportive of doing the math. Council, I think, depends on reliable, objective information to make good decisions. There is an option that is presented as a possibility. I would like to know the costs that we are now incurring by having councillors and staff attend out of town commitments in private vehicles. And I think we should potentially look again at our policy, because there was a time when we had municipal vehicles available. An individual could still use their own vehicle, but they only got half the rate, or some proportion, and it would be worthwhile having those numbers before we decide one way or another. In my view, I appreciate Councillor Demota's concern that we have, I think he said, bigger fish to fry, but the dollars all add up, and if there is a more efficient and effective way to do this, then I would invite that analysis before it comes back to council. But because there is objection, I would be prepared to hear a motion to direct administration to provide that information, and then we can have a recorded vote.
I'd be happy to make that motion, Mayor Ireland, that we direct administration to bring back information on how much it costs overall for individuals and councillors versus buying a vehicle.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on that, if we're going to do the analysis, will the analysis be for a gas engine vehicle, or will it be for a electric vehicle, or more specifically an electric vehicle, or both?
Mr. Given.
Your worship, I think administration would look at it on a purely financial basis, the costs of having a vehicle. And really we're comparing the $50,000 capital cost versus what we might spend, on an annual basis in terms of payouts of mileage and maybe vehicle rentals, if that happens. And so I think we'll, at this stage, look at it a $50,000 capital expense versus this is how much we spend in a year. I appreciate that that's not necessarily full cost accounting, because there'd be the cost of fuel, the cost of winter tires versus, a number of other things. And I think in terms of the context of the budget and the questions in front of you is at a high level, does this make sense? And I think that that's something that we can probably provide in pretty quick order. If we were to go to a level of detail to say, okay, well, what kind of tires should it have and what fuel source should it be or whatever, that might be an additional layer of complication that would be more difficult to turn around in a short period of time. Councillor Melnick, I think we will do the analysis at that financial level first, and then we'll try as best as possible to make sure that we consider additional ongoing annual costs. But I don't know that we'll go to a comparative analysis of electric versus gasoline.
For clarity, Mr. Given, you referenced $50,000, but I see $50,000 in both 2024 and 2025. So are we looking at potentially $100,000 expenditure for carpool vehicles?
Your worship, that's correct. It is in two different budget years, and Director Malinchuk can speak to whether the intention was two different vehicles or one vehicle at $100,000.
Yeah,
Have a note that it's a $100,000 vehicle.
Your worship, it's actually two, whether if council should want to go that route, and that's exactly why I brought it up as, this should be something that's considered by council, because I know that it's been on the table before, and it is we would have to look at policy going forward as well, and that's hopefully something that I'll have more time for now that I have additional staff. So yes, it was two vehicles, one this year, and if it's going well, or if we don't need the other one, then we would just remove it from next year's budget.
thank you for that, Councillor Demota.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, I don't remember, like, on this term specifically wanting to go in this direction. I don't remember anybody talking about a pool vehicle. I'm okay in supporting that. I understand and appreciate the concept. We should be carpooling. And it also sends a good message to get other people to do so as well, particularly other communities that are traveling to conferences or common conferences. My thing is, I think you're right, Your Worship, in the sense that I would like to review the policy as well if we're going to go in this direction. If this is something that's a need for administration for staff to attend workshops, classes, or whatever it may be, upgrades in the city and other areas, I'm all for supporting that. Again, I don't feel that anybody should feel or should be penalized for taking a personal vehicle if weather or other circumstances because the vehicle is available. That's something that could come at a discussion for policy level. So in essence, yes, I sounded opposed to the whole thing, but with a little bit further thought towards it, we would just have to take a really good policy look at it. And if the information comes forward that we need one or should go in that direction, from affordability and just from an overall environmental lens, I think it's important to contemplate. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other debate on the motion? I will then call the question, which is a motion to direct administration to do the analysis. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So thank you for that. Are there other questions or comments regarding the finance and administration operating budget and or capital budget? Councillor Keller-Ramsay.
Just one question, I'm sure I know the answer, but because you hired so late in the year and the other position wasn't filled, would that saving of funds go to just into the overall year end, or will that carry forward into 2024?
Thank you for the question, Your Worship, through the Councillor Keller-Ramsay. It is generally a practice to have any overages or surplus to roll over into the general surplus or to offset any other areas of deficit. So generally, yes, that's where it would go. And then if there is that surplus, then that's where we've opened up the conversations to have more discussions about how it would be placed reserve wise. So that then flows into the policy on reserves, so that there's a little bit more distinction of where we would be using those funds and where we were seeing the additional dollars staying or moving to a different area even. So yeah.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
If there is nothing else, I do have a couple of questions. Firstly, I'll start back with the IT issue. Would that contracted service have any impact on our cybersecurity issues? Not that suggesting we have any particular issues, but I do note in the media that municipalities across the country are subject to cyber attacks, and they are held hostage and pay out significant amounts of money from time to time. And I'm wondering whether with an enhancement of the budget, we would see any increase in our own level of security from cyber attacks.
Your Worship, yes, I can confirm that we would be more proactive in that area, given that we would have more support, and it would definitely be a focus. It's really important that we don't end up in those situations, and we are well aware, and it is something that definitely probably will be brought up within the IT master plan, and we have studies on also comparison communities and what they're putting into their IT as well. And I definitely see that would add to that support level in that area.
Thank you for that. On the same topic, first question, on page 28 of our electronic agenda, which is the operating budgets, finance and administration. Under expenses for IT, there is a reduction of $52,000. Can you explain that and then confirm that reduction would be seen elsewhere or globally as part of the $98,000 contracting that would go to all departments? Is that how I can read this?
Unfortunately, it's not quite like, so it was a planned transfer internally to offset costs. It just wasn't working, it was causing more administrative work. So we decided to pull it, and so basically you see a decrease in revenue and a decrease in expense. So the net impact of it is just a slight increase in overall net tax requests, so that $15,655. So it's a bit of a wash. It was just an internal plan that didn't pan out.
All right, thank you for that. And could you give an explanation also of the line above? So general admin and other under expenses, there's a reduction of just over $1 million. And under revenue, also a reduction of like 1.1 million for myself and perhaps members of the curious public. Can you explain that?
So I did touch on it slightly when I was going over the slides, but very quickly. So it was our internal process that we started to do with council in the prior council, where we had moved and capital items through the operating budget for repair, maintenance, replacement. So we're getting rid of that system. It doesn't seem like it's also another internal process that just doesn't seem to be working well. So we're going to get rid of that. It was for a couple councillors that wanted to see the budget presented that way in the past council, and we're seeing that it's just going to be a better use of administration's time as well to remove that aspect of the budgeting plan and just keep it all listed as our capital items for council to see as the shift in expenses in the year.
All right, thank you again for that, and
No
sorry to
problem.
make you repeat yourself, but
That's
I
okay.
didn't follow it the first time. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to wrap up, comment or question about the loss of the energy manager. They were working on a report that was to come back to administration during that term position. Have we received that report, and have we been able to act on some of the items from that initiative that was done in the last budget year?
I can speak to that one, Your Worship. So since the loss of the person that was filling that temporary grant funded position, we haven't been able to recruit for it. It obviously is challenging to recruit for a small amount of time. We've spoken with the funder, and they're generally not supportive of reallocating funds towards contracted services. So this is an area where you see that the lack of a dedicated resource has slowed our ability to progress on a number of different items. And so work has really been set aside on a number of those energy management and environmental matters that have come to council. And you can see this in the council strategic priorities. We don't have the same kind of leadership available to advance items like the SEEP program, where residents might be able to make clean energy improvements to their property. In order to advance that concept, we need somebody to lead it, to work with the Municipal Climate Change Action Center on developing a draft bylaw, figuring out the financial side, working with finance, and we just don't have that leadership in that area anymore. And so a lot of our progress on those items has slowed because we don't have a position there. You will see in the operations area that there is a opportunity to add a position. It is not included in here, and under this base budget proposal, we would not be filling or establishing a energy and environment manager position, a coordinator position. Council will have the opportunity to consider whether you might wish to do that to increase the pace. But it really does come down to the fact that on environmental matters, we don't have an individual lead on that. It falls to any of the other directors, and it ends up being sort of a side of people's desk on these initiatives right now as it is.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments, or observations from councillors with respect to the Finance and Administration 2024 operating budget or the 3-year capital budget?
Your worship, I'll just say, and I appreciate council members may have something that they'd like to do there, but I just want to interject to say that the purpose of the presentation on screen, we narrowed what we're showing on screen to the 3-year capital. In the public budget document and in your council package, you have the much longer term, but just to, once you started to squish the charts down, the numbers became illegible. And so we wanted to focus on the 2024 year in this presentation, recognizing that any years beyond 2024 will still be subject to decision making by future council at the next budget session. So really the focus is on 1 year, but we do have at least 5-year rolling capital budget.
Thank you for that.
So your worship, at the conclusion of each of the sections, and I appreciate we may need to give a little bit of thought where there's additional information required, but we had intended to ask council for endorsement or committee approval. Again, I stress committee because committee is not finalizing anything, only council can do that. But if committee is satisfied with the operational budget, you could clarify that for us by giving direction that committee approve the finance and admin operating budget as presented. And then we can discuss capital separately because we appreciate that there's an information request that will be required before council might want to finalize the capital. The intent here is that we can get a bit of some clarity from council whether you have general concurrence with the departmental budget presentations. Certainly if there are changes that you want to make, we're happy to see that those changes and that direction given by motion to administration. Obviously, we can in advance frame a motion for you in the affirmative, but we can't necessarily predict the types of things that you might like to also discuss or change. So that's why you don't see other alternatives. But we would ask that council give some indication by motion if you're willing to accept what's been presented to you, knowing that ultimately it will not be approved until all of council considers it, and you still have an opportunity to amend at any stage through the process.
While councillors consider whether there are further questions, Mr. Given, just for clarity of process, I wonder whether administration would be receptive to a motion that said committee direct administration to schedule the finance and administration operating budget as presented for council approval. So that schedule now calls for December 5th, and I'm suggesting that the direction would be, we would be happy to see the finance and administration operating budget as presented come forward for approval. I appreciate you did your best to nuance it, but even saying committee approval might leave a thought in some minds that it is done. So a direction that this is the budget that we would be happy to have presented for council approval would be the same objective, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate the nuance there and trying to make it 100% clear for the public and for council as well. I think that's the intent there to say, okay, we've received this presentation. We're not looking to make any changes at this time. And so please bring forward this area as presented when you bring forward the overall budget. I think that's the intent of that structure that you provided. And I think that's meets the same intent, but provides that additional clarity. So your worship, you may just need to give that to us again, and maybe for your council colleagues. I think I heard that committee direct administration maybe bring forward the finance and man operating budget as presented for council consideration.
I will call, well, I can wait first, but when or if a counselor is prepared to make such a motion, I'm happy to again confirm the wording that I had suggested.
I support your wording, your worship.
Thank you, Councillor Demoto. Councillor Melnick, is your hand up, or are you just in a thoughtful pose?
There will be a lot of thoughtful poses later today. I am prepared to bring forward that committee direct administration to bring forward the finance and administration operating budget as presented. I think that's the intent of the revised verbiage.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick, for that motion. Is there any debate on the motion? Councillor Demoto, I cannot see you, so if you wish to debate, just say so.
No debate.
All right, seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried.
So it's a capital too.
Yes, we should do capital as well.
Yeah.
And again, I would, subject to other changes, and there is now a direction, so whatever the motion might be, I think would be subject to the direction that we have given with respect to the analysis. But again, I would suggest a wording that committee direct administration to bring forward the finance and administration capital budget as presented. But subject, of course, to any amendments that council might want to make now. Councillor Melnick.
I would make that motion, a committee direct administration to bring forward the finance and administration capital budget as presented, subject to the report on the vehicle.
Carpool vehicle.
Yeah.
Clear enough motion for administration? Thank you. Is there any debate on that motion? Again, Councillor Demoto, if you wish to engage in debate, just say so. I can't see you.
I have a question. If you can't see me, how do you know if I'm in favor or not in favor of a motion?
I can see you now.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, so
Your worship, just for clarity for yourselves and council chambers and for Councilor Demoto and actually for the public, the in council chambers presentation is different than what is being recorded on screen via Zoom. And so in council chambers right now, council members can see Zoom overlaid over top of the presentation. But for the public viewing on Zoom, all they see is the Zoom screen. And so we're doing it when I share screen. That's when it takes over the Zoom presentation and they see what you're also seeing. And so Councillor Demoto, I'll do my best to make sure that when we're getting to votes, that council members in chambers can see what you're voting, but please rest assured that the Zoom recording that will go on YouTube was showing you that entire time, and would the recording secretary can see your vote as well.
oh no, I was making funny faces.
Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And so thank you for that presentation. The finance and administration operating budget and your capital budget will come forward to council for approval at a later date, or at least for consideration. subject to the analysis of our pool vehicles. Thank you for that. That takes us to community development. Mr. Given, are you going to lead that, or are you just going to invite Director Reed to jump right in?
Well, Your Worship, I certainly will invite Director Reed. I just will make the acknowledgement that Director Reed has a larger responsibility, a large capital. He said, no big deal. A larger responsibility. So it's likely that our community development overview, will run into the lunch hour. So I think council has a choice. You can either consider it's 11:30 now. You can take a lunch break now, come back and start up, or you can hear whatever portion of Director Reed's presentation you think will take you to amount of time. So certainly just want to flag that we are half an hour of lunchtime, half an hour away from lunchtime now. It may be appropriate to break here, and as administration, I think we're happy to break whenever council sees the moment to be right.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. I will leave it to the will of council. My preference would be to carry on for a bit. Since early in the day, we've only been at it for 2 hours because of the lateness of the start. So even if we adjourn after noon at some point, I think we could make use of the time now. So unless there is another prevailing view on council, I would say push forward.
Okay, thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you.
With that, I will throw it over to Director Reed to introduce the community development area.
Thank you very much, CEO, given Your Worship and council. So I do want to preface this a bit by saying, yes, we have a large department, but we actually have the same number of slides. So it conceivably could be a nice, sweet, simple presentation. So our overview, I really want to highlight the year of sort of collaboration that did happen. You'll see this community development overview slide, of course, our staff chart. Pretty full chart there, but we do get a lot of the frontline services to the community done through these fine staff. The bullet points there, we creatively adapting to provide service during the renovation targeted for completion mid-year, which I realize all of those words are great words, but they're not actually examples. And I did want to take a little bit of editorial time here to say things like, in 22, we responded, for example, to quite a challenge with Chettaman. It was a great emergency social services challenge. And in 23, we got to build on those skills, receiving our neighbors from Edson and Yellowhead County. And so that kind of creativity goes all the way through the department. After Chettaman, our partners, Glenda the Great, as well as the Food Rescue, created that Soups On program. And that program continues to this day. If you, council, wanted to take lunch today, you could go have soup created with food that would have been otherwise wasted and created with love from our team there, our partner, Glenda the Great, and her staff. And it's a real heartwarming thing. And an extension of that also, we believe that we were tasked with activating, this is the easy sentence I use all the time, activate the activity center. And while the activity center in 22 had over 1,600 sort of rentals / events, this year in 23 we're already doubled that. So you won't see a giant increase in revenue because council gave the direction that said, if there's a community event that could be housed in our facility and it benefited the entire community, then that event wouldn't be charged. And so we have doubled the number of events and likely not seen much revenue change at all. But we also didn't increase expenses to do all those 1,600 extra events. And I really am proud of the team for that kind of collaboration. And I'm proud of our community for coming through with ideas. And you've seen lots of those, but that's the first bullet that had no concrete things in it. I just wanted to give some editorial to that first bullet. Second bullet, concrete, partnership with Tourism Jasper. So we have added service to the arena with the temporary dressing rooms. They are open and functioning. We are still working through what you would call growing pains, especially around how to clean them. But so far the staff have responded really well and the community by and large is really happy. It is not in any way a great solution. We still have a long walk from those exterior dressing rooms, but everybody is doing really well with that challenge. And so we're looking forward to having tournaments come back to our community because of that. We're looking forward to actioning Jasper's community childcare strategy as directed by council. We're going to get to work on that. Continued progress in food security and Indigenous relations strategy focus areas. Those two, really are highlights for me when I look back at this year and look forward to next year. More events and programs inspired by residents through Share Your Passion. We've got roller skating, I think, regularly on Monday evenings. We are about to have what you would call a walking club, just drop-in walking. So drop-in roller skating, drop-in walking. These are things, again, that aren't going to show giant revenue, but they are showing real appreciation among the communities that they support. And then finally, partnership with the Decor Hotels, I just think is really fun. With the pool being closed this long, Aquafit parent and taught swimming lessons over at the Tonquin Pool is a real testament to our community and how flexible our business community can be to support our locals. And I'm really proud of all that stuff. I'm proud of these 68 FTEs, if you will. Page 2. If I could, please, sir. And so the fine print there, the budget, you will see, of course, some dramatic increases. The first line, you see activity center is up 200 and fine print 68, I think. And the bulk of that is the story that CAO Given told you, which is debentures, utilities, and other fixed costs like the increments to the staff. So debenture payments, utilities, and other fees like insurance too. The renovation project, of course, is going to impact our ability to bring in revenue. And I'm looking forward to seeing that project completed in the 24 calendar year. Inflationary pressures also appear in two specific areas: increased food costs in childcare and community dinners. And then we still are seeing that increased demand for crisis response, and that is expected to continue. And, you'll see that come up in a bit here. Right here, these position requests. So the outreach worker directed at crisis response, a half-time position that we're requesting. The recreation and cultural programmer, a full-time position that we're requesting. And the outreach program support worker, 0.5 FTE. And that, I think I was supposed to editorialize those a bit more. So I'll go right back to the top. So the outreach worker crisis response, this would be someone in our office, 5 days a week, 3 hours a day on average. There will be days, of course, where the crisis response requires more from them. So there'll be a bit of flexibility with that position. And the idea here is that this is the daytime crisis response that the community and our partners like Parks Canada, the RCMP, have grown to rely on. And we are, as you know, continue to see increased needs for that. This is not the after hours crisis response that the newly named crisis team Jasper Society is interested in fulfilling. This is to get the work done in our regular business hours that we have always been doing, but it's the increased work. And what that increased challenge does is it puts pressure on especially our program side of our outreach office. And so this dedicated worker would relieve that pressure and get us back to the service levels that the community has become accustomed to. Will assist in that. The recreation and culture programmer position, this community is very unique in that we do not have a programmer on staff. And so what that means is programming is on a corner of the desk item for this community. And that means that the Christmas party, the seniors week, I'm thinking of Canada Day, these are all done as little pockets of time that myself and my team can find. And that means they are, again, putting pressures on the regular service that we would look to give. Additionally, all of these great increased events that I mentioned, the idea that the community is coming forward to be partners with us does require a front-facing person to assist with that. And again, right now, the increased opportunity, I'll use that word in particular here, the increased opportunity brings us the idea that this person would be very valuable in completing that work more timely and more successfully. And then the outreach program support worker is specifically because of the increased increased numbers we are seeing in our very successful programs. So, Rec Room is a good example. We have, there are ratios for the workers to the candidates. I'm losing the words here. The people that show up are lovely youth. When the youth show up, we need to have enough workers to facilitate their needs and meet some sort of healthy safety ratios. And so this program support worker would enable us to continue to serve in the level that the community has grown accustomed to. We had in the past found some pockets of grants that could and have allowed us to meet some of the evenings. 70 kids, 70 youth are showing up, and we've been able to find pockets of grants to help us with that. And those grants are no longer available. Those pockets have been used up. And so we are requesting an outreach program support worker to get the ratios into that health and safety area and really meet the needs and provide the service that again our community expects. So there's lots on that slide, and I'm wondering if now is a good time to pause for any questions that council may have.
Are there questions from council? Deputy Mayor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I have a question on the very first overview page, the fourth bulletin with the continued progress in food security and Indigenous relations. Is that directly related to that project coordinator position we approved last year?
Thank you very much, Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Hall. That's absolutely right. Without that position, we would not have seen that growth, that growth and that accomplishment in those files. Again, that previously to council approving that position was all done corner of desk, and so was not seeing the traction. But again, yes, that is absolutely a result of that position being approved.
Can I continue? I'm curious because I remember, if I remember correctly, that position also had a couple other pieces to it. Grant writing and maybe community engagement. Am I right on that? I'm wondering what is happening with that within that position.
So thank you, your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Hall. This is the challenge of short editorializing and bullet pointing. So absolutely right. The Community Economic Development Fund, we've seen some real increase in applications to that, but also the administration of that and the changes that perhaps council is looking to see. So developing that was one of the focuses this year. Modifying it and bringing it forward to council will be a focus for next year. So yes, all 5 of the streams of that particular position. Remember that those are snapshots that I felt were, important enough to warrant a bullet, but I could have given you 1,000 bullets. We had, in challenging circumstances, we still met some swimming lesson targets, even though, it was a challenging year. So thank you for that, pointing that out, but that's absolutely true.
Can I
Go ahead.
I have one more question. I'm curious. So on the very bottom of the revenue and the very bottom of expense, there's a national immigration line. It looks like this year it's almost $500,000, but it's funded. then I look on the priority-based budgeting sheet and it gets a very low score. And it looks like it's for a national partner secretariat or something. I'm just really curious what that actually is and where that money goes.
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Hall, that's a great question. I will be honest, this is one of the files that it has taken me a bit of time to wrap my head around. The National Immigration Project Manager position is housed by the municipality of Jasper and is funded by, in essence, a grant from the federal government, very similar to our settlement services and our local immigration partnership, entirely funded externally. However, so I don't want to skip over the money part of this. There is a dramatic increase this year, and that's because that program is in what we might call a growth year. They are doing a bunch of sort of extensions of the program they began last year, and there's a bunch more work that's occurring. Some of it is events, some of it is with contracts. And so just the money part does look dramatic, and it is worth noting that we are paid an administrative fee based on the amount of work that gets done. So this year, that actually amounts to over $50,000 that we are paid to house that position administratively, perform the functions of it. But I also want to highlight that in the PBB, that priority-based budgeting assessment was done last year. And in this year, I have come to understand that position and the values the value to our municipality much better. And that score will absolutely be adjusted. And secondarily, I am pleased to say that I have seen direct results of us partnering with that particular grant, if you will. We just hired a new local immigration partnership coordinator here, and that local immigration partnership coordinator is partly being mentored and coached by the National Immigration Project Manager. So I could give you a whole long list. However, spoiler alert, the contract for that position and that partnership is actually, the contract ends in 25, but the contract renewal happens right away here. And so as part of that, those of you who were on council 4 years ago, you would have received a presentation from my predecessor and the incumbent Doug Olthoff that described what it is was going to happen, what the values, the importance, and it is time for us to do that again. And so we are planning to attend the December 12th council meeting to almost re-engage council and ensure that you are seeing the value there, but also that you understand what we're up to. And then you'll re-endorse that program again for the next application period, another 5-year grant period. So really great questions. I hope that that's enough information there. I'm happy to answer more questions about that one, partly because it's been a bit nebulous for me up until a little while ago. So I'm ready to answer questions.
Thank you for that. I see 2 councillors at the table, but I did see a hand up earlier from Councillor Demota.
Thank you very much, Worship. Through you to Director Reed. My question has to do more around funding support. And I go back to when your grant department was in 2 different styles of operation. So going back to CFS, when we used to get the budget presentations, it was really easy to see the financial contribution from the community, from the local taxpayer, because we used to be able to leverage 3 times the amount of service for the contribution from the community. So it was 30 cents on the dollar, so to speak. So that's saying that every 33 cents that was invested as far from the tax roll, that the community would be getting 66% more service on top of that. And that was kind of one of those, indirect benefits for the community, because not every community member used a lot of those services. Now, because of the merge of both departments, or the integration of them, that becomes somewhat diluted. And I'm wondering if there's a way that you could describe, in a similar fashion, maybe on, the greater return on investment for what the numbers actually show here. Does that make any sense? Or was I muted the whole time? You didn't hear my question?
Yeah. Your worship, through to Councillor Demota. No, absolutely, I did hear all of that. And if I understand correctly, what you're saying is, in the previous version where we had two different departments, it was really easy to see that the revenues brought in from external funding sources in CFS, it was very clear to see just how much service we were getting externally funded.
Correct.
And you're right, in this larger amalgamated department, it will be more difficult to see that. But if, should we put that up on the big screen, share screen again, CAO Given, if we could, please? So under the revenues, in between the giant screen and the small screen, I have to decide which glasses to put on, or when to put my glasses on. So in community development, you will see revenue it's very interesting. Your global, or your concept that you're speaking of, is sort of municipal subsidy to services. And if you look right at activity center, you'll see we've got revenue, which is fee for service revenue. And if you look at community development, local immigration partnership, community outreach services, community worker, cost programs, settlement services, family resource network hub, all of those are revenue sources that are external funders for the large part. So overall in the department, thanks to Director Malinchak, I can tell you that 42% for the whole department, 42% of our costs are covered externally.
Oh, right. That's the number I was looking for.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. And you know what, the thing, when we're talking about budget time, if I may, I was talking about buying and selling. For me, selling what we're doing to the community as far as understanding goes, I think is really important, because there is a lot of leveraging that takes place, a lot of it behind the scenes that you don't see. And I think creating that level of focus on those benefits that we get, not just financially, when it comes to the actual tax dollar, but for the overall health of the community. I think is something that is good to focus on. Not our only focus, but we have those benefits in the community, and it does translate to our overall health. So thank you for that.
If I may, Your Worship, I just want to mention, of course, I spent 10 years away from this community, and I can tell you, in a community of our size, very few communities have 2 settlement workers, have 5 outreach support workers. So our community is very well served. Now, we also have the needs. And so we are very lucky to get so much external funding, for sure. But it is, I guess, justified by the type of community that we are, the needs that we see, and the way we want to holistically respond to those people, to those needs rather, not just the people. So thank you, Councillor Demota, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I saw your hand, and then Councillor Pellegrin.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking at the organizational chart, and are the 3 positions that are being requested, are they already in the chart?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick, no, they are not. So the program support worker is a position that does exist. We already have that function being met. What we're asking for is to increase that function's FTE. So yes, you'll see a box that's called program support. But what we're asking to do is add hours to that function. There is no box called community programmer or recreation and culture programmer. And there is outreach worker, outreach support as a box, but what we're adding or what we're asking to add is specifically hours for crisis support.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to reconcile the current established FTEs and the term FTEs compared to last year's chart. And there's a significant difference, and we may have been short employees in, for example, the daycare, and we may have received additional funding and added additional employees, because last year we had a 45.5 FTEs and 7 term FTEs. And so I see a significant change in the department, and that may be through organization and moving things around. And I know we're just before lunch and you may need to take a look at last year's chart. Just so I have an understanding of the number of employees and where they are.
Your
Go ahead,
worship,
Mr. Gibbon.
yeah, I'll speak to that because it's on sort of it'll go through the entire presentation. I think part of this was that last year we attempted to try to represent partial positions that were funded for less than full-time. We tried to roll them up into, well, how many full-time positions are there? And so that number is obviously lower than the number of established positions. We may have a position that is a permanent, or continuous 0.5 position. We may have 2 of those. And I think last year we represented those 2.5 permanent positions as a 1. And so that's why the number is different. So it is we're trying to be more accurate about the number of people on the payroll rather than the number of 1.0s that they add up to. So you will see that discrepancy. I apologize for that. In consideration when we're doing it this year, we said, okay, well, how many positions have been approved on an ongoing, and that will continue in the organization? And that is the established permanent FTEs. And then term positions are those that are by definition only for term. They're not ongoing. They may be for 1-year term or 2-year term, and then if the funding changes or municipal needs change, then those terms would not be renewed. The established or permanent FTEs are the ones that are there on an ongoing basis, and that is more reflective of people. Maybe on the slide FTEs, full-time equivalent, is maybe misleading or could have been sort of framed better. But that's what the change is. Last year, we're trying to add up to 1 as much as possible, which underrepresented the number of people that are working in the department or any of the departments.
Thank you. And I do recall some conversation around that an individual might be involved in 3 different programs, and how do you establish, are they 0.2, 0.3, 0.5, but they may be doing that plus other roles. And so just if individuals are looking, that they understand that this is maybe a little more reflective of the individuals who are performing the work in the department.
Yeah, I think this is the more reflective of the number of people on the payroll, and there may be some functions that that there's lifeguarding. Maybe for example, we have permanent positions that are not 1.0 positions, but we still need that number of people to run the pool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malik, Councillor Keller-Henry, and then Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through you to Mr. Reid. I'm just a little confused. On the recreation and culture program, you said that it's already represented in a box, or that totally new?
I said it's not
Oh, it's not,
represented in the
okay.
box. It is a totally new position.
Okay, so now the functions that are happening, like the Christmas party, the senior week, Canada Day, current staff are doing that off the side of their desk. Can you give me an explanation of why you think this needs to be a full-time position? Because I'm thinking, would that not be better as a contracted position to come in and do those 3 events? You know, every time we add a new staff, it's permanent, and I'd need to know, really justify why we would have to organize 3 events a full-time position, or is there other functions for this position?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelleher MP. So again, when I gave you the snapshot of a few events, so to go to your question about perhaps this is better with contract work. So we have done that on and off repeatedly throughout the last bunch of years. And when it's great, it's great. When it's a challenge, it's an extra challenge. And so we believe, and why we're proposing this way, is that an employee gives us a level of accountability that will deliver the results that we expect. And so it is not just those 3 events. I can list more events to be more specific. So this person would work directly with community dinners, spring and fall welcome events, culture night, welcome week, volunteer appreciation banquet, Christmas dinner, Canada Day. The position would also ensure critical backup for the Jasper Activity Center manager. That facility is the only facility that doesn't have some sort of assistant manager, if you will. And so that means that the manager is often on call every weekend, every evening. And when the manager has to go to a conference, then the director is the assistant manager in the facility, which is not always the best use of our time and also not always possible. So we believe that there's a win-win in this position, that it would create extra capacity to be that on-site supervisory level. Council may remember that in the past there was a facility coordinator position that was not replaced after COVID. And in essence, that is part of those duties are what we are asking to come back, but we are focusing the position far more directly on event support and delivery in the community. So the idea that it's not a coordinator position, it is a programmer position. Did that answer your question, Council?
Yes, it did. Could you see this as a part-time position to start?
Based on the workload of those events that I listed. So several of those events have been done in the past with several different contractors. We have done it with staff. Partly, we've done it off the corner of the desk, and we believe the workload is there. So we haven't proposed a partial part-time. It would also be very interesting to try to get a qualified and capable individual for a part-time position that may grow into a full-time position. So we are proposing a full-time position addition.
I have one more question for you on this. So if this person is over the community dinners, would that person then replace the person that's currently doing the community dinners, or they would just be overseeing that?
Right now, there is no one currently doing community dinners. So should this position go forward, they will administer the community dinners as we have done in the past through staff and or through contractors. If the position doesn't go forward, we will shuffle work assignments to make that priority program happen at the expense of other things that I don't know right now.
Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Councillor Glasser.
My question is if you could provide, for the benefit of council and for the public, a little bit of information about what you would consider a crisis. Having done some travel within Canada and also some reading of the newspapers, I know that communities are many communities are experiencing increased pressures from homelessness and tent cities and things like that. That's not something that we're seeing in Jasper. And I wondered if there's an element of that in the crisis, in your, the crisis that you wish to cover in 2024.
Your worship, through to Councillor Waxer, thank you very much for this question. For us, crisis is a very broad word. It can range from, as you mentioned, and I'm just pausing here because, of course, there are specific cases that I don't want to speak of directly, but I want to give you the flavor of some of the work. So it just gives me a moment to sort of generalize some of the specifics. But we do receive to our community individuals who are unhoused or homeless, if you will, and often those individuals are directed right to the outreach office, which is why it's there. And so someone who has arrived in our community with, let's say, no plan, they aren't intending to get a job, they don't know what job opportunities there are. I didn't mean they aren't intending. They didn't arrive here with the intention of joining, say, Marmot or any other employer. So they are on a sort of ad hoc arrival basis. They do not have housing, they do not have employment, and our team would consider that, in essence, that would make the first level of crisis for us. So they do not have resources in our community, and of course, in our community, we don't want to see a tent city or unhoused individuals trying to stay warm in the corner of a door. So this community has long recognized that it is far better to assist those individuals in finding a path, and that path may be to employment, to housing, or to another community, depending on what their needs are. And so that is an example of crisis for us. Another example would be there's a car accident, and in that car accident, certain individuals get hurt, and their family is now waiting on that process to unfold, and they are here with us. In our community, again, didn't plan to stay, certainly aren't planning to get a job in that case, but they need assistance. Another example of crisis might be an employer severs an employment relationship with an employee for whatever reason. The reasons aren't really that important. What we have now is someone who is surprisingly unhoused and also perhaps didn't get their last paycheck yet. Because of that circumstance. We don't, I would say our services are non-judgmental, welcoming and inclusive services. And so we don't say, well, you were fired, so it's your fault and you're not worthy of services. And we also don't say you were wrongfully dismissed, so your employer doesn't deserve services. We take the person as they arrive, we assess them as best we can. We we help them navigate the systems of, certainly the province plays a big role, the provincial systems. And when those systems, though that safety net doesn't do enough or doesn't meet, the needs, then we have, luckily, in this community, the Jasper Community Teen Society, constantly fundraising for the Caring Community Fund, which is our sort of last effort, last resort to assist those individuals in whether it's just a meal, whether it's a room, and whether it's career counseling. So I don't know how deeply you wanted to get into the discussions of, crisis and trauma and, this larger picture, but that's how I would summarize simply as best I could for what we determine as crisis needs. How did I do from your perspective?
Pretty good. One of my other questions, and I don't think it's a question for now necessarily, but given that council's also been asked to fund this newly formed crisis team, and that there is a victim services group as well. One thing I wondered is if it's possible to create a way of illustrating what services are provided by whom and when. So that was so that we can be very clear about what the gaps and overlaps are. So that was one thought I had. My other comment or my other question perhaps is, given that crisis is appearing in the news and looking like it's more it's escalating throughout the country, I wondered whether you anticipate if there'd be any provincial or federal funding that would help cover some of the cost of the crisis response. Because I'm thinking about it, this would be a very first time in community outreach services history that municipal council would be funding a municipal outreach position. To date, it's been entirely, from my understanding, entirely funded by outside funding. So this would be a significant departure. So I wondered if you had anticipated that in the future, this would be a stopgap for now, but would there be funding in the future from other levels of government?
Your worship, through the Council Waxer, so we do, in fact, on our team have a fund development or fund searching out and finding. And so we are constantly looking for those opportunities. You may remember the letter from the minister a couple of years ago now, indicated that the change to VSUs would not leave communities without service in the other crisis response. But we have not seen any grants specifically related to that. We have not seen a program from the province that would support this work. And you're right, this is the first time we have directly ever asked for an outreach worker, and it is because the need is steadily increasing. We haven't seen the curve level or drop. It is continually rising in the number of calls and the number of incidents or people that we are seeing at the outreach office. And there is no grant that we can see either today or on the horizon to meet this need.
If I could just continue, had a similar question, but as it's proposed now, those two half-time and one full-time position, the expense for those is not factored into the budget, right? It would be an add-on if council chooses to add it. And is all of that then, if it's added, offset by any other increase in revenue, or is it all tax supported increase to the budget if it gets added at all?
Thank you, Your Worship. And so your first assumption is correct. These positions are not included in what we've called the base budget. The community programmer, it is conceivable that there will be an increase in revenue attached to that position. It is the bulk of the work is work that we know. For example, Canada Day. Canada Day is not a revenue generating stream. And so it is, sort of, I want to say impossible, but it's not impossible. It's just very difficult to try to estimate what revenue increase in increased facility usage might come from that programmer when we know that a large portion of their work is for events that don't bring in a large portion of revenue. But it is certainly possible. And one of the reasons why we want to get a full-time, qualified, capable individual is because we know there's capacity out there to bring more events to our community. benefiting, of course, more than just our facility numbers, benefiting the community. And having that type of resource available for those opportunities, whatever they are, is important, we believe, but I cannot give you a number on what that would be. The other two positions, for the program support, those programs are by intention accessible programs. And so the bulk of them have no fee whatsoever. And if they do have a fee, it's really to cover what we might call a subject matter expert. Like if you're going to go ice climbing, that's going to require an expert to do the ice climbing, and there might be a small fee to the people who sign up for that program. But our youth and child programs are meant to be free, open, accessible, welcoming. And this position increase would allow us to keep the doors open and not have restricted numbers, not have, at 40, we have to turn some kids away. And so there, again, no revenue source for that. The crisis response is a similar story. There's no revenue source that we can find for the crisis response work.
Thank you. I have another question, but Deputy Mayor Paul, this is more particular to the budget and the page that is up on the screen. I'm just interested in the interplay of revenue and expense in relation to the arena and to the fitness and aquatic center. So I see a projected very large increase of revenue for the arena. It's in the neighborhood of 60%. And I just would like you to speak to that and whether that is achievable. With respect to the fitness and aquatic center, that increase appears to me to be about a 44% increase in revenue. The expenses, however, more than offset the anticipated increase in revenue. Like in each case, say for the arena, to get another $186,000 or $87,000 in revenue, we're going to spend $234,000. So I'd just like some explanation as to what's going on and your level of confidence in what I see as fairly large increases in revenue based on this year.
Your worship, but administration is really glad that you brought this up. Director Reed will explain, but I'll say that for at least 192,000 in each of the three facilities, we can 100% guarantee, the council approves the budget, that those revenue increases will come, and Director Reed will explain why. And this is an important point for the public to know because it's foundational to the recommendations that administration is making to you in the budget. Director Reed.
Thank you for that intro, CEO, given in your worship through to council. I agree. Definitely one of the questions we wanted you to note. And so with the increase in debentures, $600,000 in loan payments or mortgage payments for our new facility work. We are also very lucky to have some reserves to transfer out of, and those show up as revenue. So CAO Gibbons said $192,000. That's $192,000 of revenue that is actually transferred from reserve. So it is not an increase in some magical marketing that we are doing, or we've added, we're doing midnight to 4 a.m. hockey rentals for the community of Valemount. No, it's none of that. It is straight up transfer to help offset the increased cost of this debenture. And not just the debenture, but also, the utility increase is a fixed thing that we can fight, right?
Yeah, and maybe to put a bit of a finer point about that. So as a technical matter and an accounting matter, it is a transfer from reserves. Council might say, well, what reserve is that coming from? And where does the money come from in the first place? And to be very clear, in the community development budget, there is $577,000 transferred in, that the ultimate source of that revenue is from visitor paid parking. So you see revenue increases You see revenue increases in the arena, in the fitness and aquatic center, and in the activity center. And in each of those areas, we, as administration, have allocated $192,000 from what is ultimately visitor paid parking revenue. And so when we get to protective and legislative services, you'll see that there is a forecast of revenue from visitor paid parking, and that basically all the money goes out. And so council reasonably go, well, where'd it go? And the answer when we're in protective and legislative services would be, well, it went into reserves. But it also is coming out of reserves this year to pay for the mortgage. And so I just want to make that very clear. Council had some additional notes to the budget, which identify this. If you look on each of those line items, you'll see that there's 192,000 repeated on each of those three facilities. And that is a transfer in from reserves. But the funding for those reserves is coming from visitor paid parking, as based on what we believe is an achievable forecast of revenue from visitor paid parking. So in summary, this budget proposes that visitor paid parking will help pay for a part of the cost of renovations to our recreation facilities.
Thank you for that. Is there a connection between the tax supported portion of community development budget? You showed, Mr. Gibbon, when you presented a couple of pie graphs, and one of them showed, I think, 32% of the tax levy was support for community development. Is that exclusive of transferred in from reserve?
That chart that I showed was net tax requisition, so of the $11.5 million broken up on how it's sort of expended. So it's not reflective of the total expenditures of the municipality. So it is just of the tax dollars we collect, how are they allocated to different departments? And this I'll call it a subsidy.
Mm-hmm.
Visitor paid parking subsidizing our recreation facility renovation would not be reflected there, because that is money that's coming from outside sources.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Demota.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I appreciate that information. I think when we look at increasing expenses to new positions, I understood where Director Reed was giving us the information on. I think the only concern that I have is the business model, and I think I personally like to see more evidence of return on investment for the community. And I know some of those are at zero return financially, but I think that even if we have somebody that's in charge of events that could attract more events that generate revenue to that facility, it could offset some of the ask, I guess. And I'd like to see a clearer picture of that, because I mean, we're all working off of concepts that are somewhat intangible. And I remember last year there were a few things that were added. There was a position and maybe a vehicle or two that it seemed at the time as crucial asks, and then it was deemed later that we could forego one of the vehicles to get two of a different kind, and then one position didn't get filled in until later on in the year. And so, and I'm not creating blame, and I don't want anybody to take this as a personal attack. To me, it's I have to take it. I have to use more filters now into really understanding how crucial it is to fill these things in, and to use paid parking to fill in all the gaps in different departments, or not all the gaps, but a lot of gaps in different departments. To me, it just wasn't really the whole concept of going forward with that in my mind. However, if it's going to relieve some tax pressure, then I'm all for it. I like the fact that there's an idea we can use paid parking in these areas and these amounts, but I'm not sure if that's a cure for adding new positions and increasing the overall budget, because this is just one area, and then we have tomorrow as well. So I'd like to see a better business model, I think, when it comes to arguing the case of additional staff within the municipality. That's just me, and I'm not giving any direction, just thoughts for conversation.
Thank you, Councillor DeVota. Mr. Given?
Your worship, I certainly appreciate what Councillor DeMotte is saying, and I do want to make clear, just for the public and for council as well, that first, none of the positions that were shown or that are being discussed are incorporated into the budget. And so they're not funded in any way, and unless council chooses to fund them. And I think where Councillor DeMotte is going is saying, well, if I was going to be interested in exploring any of these positions, I need to see more justification. I think that that's understood and completely reasonable. But for the public, I want to make very clear that there is no connection between the way the revenue that we've identified as visitor paid parking and any of the positions or subsidizing labor. The way administration has applied that revenue, it is subsidizing mortgage payments. It is making it so that the tax base isn't paying as much for mortgages as we would have to if we didn't have visitor paid parking. So I just wanted to, Councillor Noy, I just want to make sure that that separation was clear in everyone's minds, because we're not proposing to add new positions because we've got visitor paid parking.
Yeah, no, I get it. And almost in the opposite effect, all tides the tides raise all ships, but so a overall tax increase affects everybody. I understand that the paid parking, regardless of where it gets attributed to, will have some relief on there. So I get what you're saying, and I'm glad that it's clarified. I have to justify those increases to the public when I get asked in the street, and I'd like to see a little bit more of a business plan. That's all. Thanks.
Councillor Melnick and then Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe just to pick up on Councillor DeMota's point, there was a reference made earlier that some of the projects and some of the activities may have involved contract work in the past, and if we had a contract work in 2023, or that we could identify that might be a potential savings, because we would have paid a contractor to do the job, but we have an employee now doing the job.
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick. Your point is well taken, though I can give the example of community dinners. Community dinners, as I mentioned earlier, the food costs have dramatically increased, and we are getting also the attendance has also dramatically increased. And so we are seeing a slight increase in donations. However, the donations are not covering just the hard costs, whereas in the past, those donations may have covered all or part of the contractor. And so we didn't always carry an amount for a contractor to do that work. We do, you're right, there is a contract amount carried for some of those events that I mentioned, but only a couple, I think. So Canada Day, we didn't ever use a contractor. Seniors Week, we didn't ever use a contractor. That work was done, again, off the corner of the desk at the expense of other programs. And the issue at hand is that the expense of other programs line is now, when I mentioned it's great that we're activating the activity center twice as much. That requires support work. So the ability to book in twice as many bookings as we did in 2022 means the corner of the desk just got smaller. And so we're looking for support to ensure the continued success of these events, given the increased demands that we're seeing. The increased demands in community dinner with costs, the increased demands in outreach with attendance. I hope that helps a bit.
Yep, thanks for the clarification and thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I wanted to go back to the crisis response outreach worker position. And I just need clarification. Is it to fill a gap that's not being met by Crisis Team Jasper or Victim Services? And you'd mentioned car accidents. I was under the impression that's what the Crisis Team Jasper did. And they've also asked us for funding. So I agree with Councillor Wax. I'd like to see a chart of where there's missing spaces because I really was under the impression that's what that organization took care of.
Your worship, through the Deputy Mayor Hall, a great point of clarification. So it is important, I think, to recognize the crisis team in whatever version we're talking about was typically after hours. So what we are seeing is normal business hours increase in attendance and needs at our facility. So we are not sort of competing or taking away what you quote unquote would call work from crisis team, whatever the crisis team is today or was in the past or shall be in the future. We are saying we have this need. This demand is showing up at our door during daytime hours, which is typically not where the crisis team was. And so it's not their work that we are in this request trying to discuss or address. Yeah, I think that's pretty much where I'll stop there.
Are there additional questions regarding the community development operating budget at this time? We are approaching 12:30. We've been at this for an hour. I was invited to call lunch an hour ago by Mr. Given, and I didn't do that. And there was water spilled over that apparently. Councillor Keller-Granty.
Just one quick question. Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Just on the daycare, there's around a $46,000 increase. Is that just wages and food, or is that new staff being hired for more kids? Or I'm just curious.
Your worship, through to Councillor Keller-Granty, you're bang on. There are definitely, we are very lucky in our center that we have staff who are passionate about that work and so are very good at it, and that means they stay. And so I'm proud of the fact that we have increments to increase the salaries of the staff. That is a large portion of the additional request in that area. The meal provision cost is rather large too.
Thank you.
Rather than necessarily curtailing questions on the operational budget, perhaps we can take a recess for lunch, come back. If there is anything remaining on the operational budget, we can deal with it then, and then carry on with the community development capital budget. Does that work for everyone? Right, is an hour and 3 minutes sufficient time for lunch for everyone? All right, I will call a recess now. It is 12:26 or 7, and we will reconvene at 1:30 back here. So for those of you joining us on the Zoom platform, 1:30 we will recommence. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back. It is 1:32. I will call us back into session. We are perhaps about to, sorry. I'll try again. Welcome back. It is 1:33. I will call us back into session. We left off having not quite concluded community development operating budget. Counselors, you've had an extra hour to think of any further questions you might have for Director Reed or administration. Councillor Waxer.
Yes, I have a motion that I would like to make, that committee direct administration to provide an illustration of gaps and overlaps in crisis response in the community of Jasper, including hours of service and types of clients.
Thank you for that, Councillor Waxer. That addresses concerns that you raised earlier with respect to crisis response. Is it understood or is it achievable that such a report could be available before we conclude budget discussions?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we have much of that data. It would be a matter of consolidating it into a form that I think the goal here would be some simplicity and understanding. We can do that.
Thank you for that. Is there any debate with respect to the motion? And I note for the record that Councillor Demota has not yet rejoined. Is that correct? But he is here. Okay, right. If you can put him on the screen.
I've got sound. I'll just raise my hand. I'm in favor of the motion.
All right, I just wanted to confirm that you in fact had heard the motion, because I wasn't aware whether or not you were connected with this.
I appreciate
Right,
it.
if there is no debate on the motion, I will call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Seeing no hands and hearing nothing. I declare that motion is carried with none opposed. I have a question before we continue with perhaps a motion with respect to the community development operating budget overall, and perhaps a question more for Director Melanchuk. I'm very happy to see in the budget presentation operating the budget by object type. And I'm just wondering whether we could get an overall operating budget for the municipality by object type.
Yes, Your Worship, no problem. I've done it, so it's in my files and I'll pull it up so that it's available for you for the next meeting.
Well, again, as we did this morning, I won't make the request, but if the work is already done, that's really good to know. But first I would ask if there's any objection by any member of council to that information. I just find it particularly useful, particularly when a significant portion of the overall tax levy is focused on wages and benefits. It's nice to know what part of our budget is attributable to that particular object, and I expect that it could be significant. So useful information both for council and for the public, I think. So I see no and hear no objection to that request. So for next meeting, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Reed with respect to the operating budget? All right, we can leave the motions, I suppose, and do the capital budget and then come back to the motions at the end of that. So Director Reed, if you want to continue with the community development capital budget, 5-year capital budget, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. And So I said I had less sheets, but I don't because of capital. But you can see in 2024 on this first sheet, what we are trying to do is some minor improvements to our facility here at the activity center. The fire and security monitoring program is across the municipality. So that's going to be a shared expense in several spots. The goal being to unify and, more importantly, create a service that we don't really have right now, where we have a hodgepodge of fire and security monitoring and a patchwork quilt of systems as we've added. So the goal there is to get us to a unified and effective system that meets our needs. So the biggest thing, of course, on this page is that activity center portion of renovation. So spending the big mortgage we spoke of and the provincial and federal grants on the project as it comes to completion. And into 25, you'll see that what we're trying to do is just continually upgrade our buildings to maintain that. It's what you might call asset management. And the buildings, when the furnace dies, you have to put a new furnace in. And so something like ventilation and HVAC upgrades is a collection of many challenges. But I don't know how far into the future you want to go. So are there any questions on that sheet?
Councillor Watson?
Could you speak a little bit about the activity center projection unit?
Certainly. The plan, as council will remember, you indicated that the sound system was not up to snuff, which we agreed, and you graciously gave us a capital project last year to put in a new sound system, which is in, and some staff have been trained on it. It got used for the homecoming event as an example, and we're quite pleased with the sound and the usability of that system. We also were able to get a grant that allowed us to get quite a large projector in that space. It's almost the full width of the stage area. And this projector that we're asking for would be to, in essence, complete the functionality for that room to be able to show what we could call community level movie nights. Whether or not it's, we'll still be on movable chairs, but we have a sound system and a projector that certainly would allow everybody in that room to be able to have a quality community level movie experience.
Thank you. Councillor Keller-Ramsay?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, to you too, Mr. Reid. Mr. Reid, I'm probably wrong here, but it may have not been included with the dehumidification for the curling rink. Was that not part of the big project?
No, the dehumidification for the big project is arena only.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're proposing that in 2025, but as of now, there's no funding.
Correct.
And I have one other question. So all the capital items listed, the kitchen equipment, the floor machine, the tennis courts have all been completed?
Oh, an excellent question, Councillor Keller-Ramsay. Sorry, your worship, through to Councillor Keller-Ramsay. The kitchen equipment replacement, I believe, is all done. The floor machine, I also believe, is all done. The tennis courts, we did about half of that work. The budget, it was originally intended to do resurfacing, and the budget is not anywhere near enough to do the resurfacing. So what we've enacted there was some of the repairs that are needed before the resurfacing could happen anyway. And so our intention is to continue that upgrade program for the tennis courts, and to have the resurfacing come back at a future time when the community is also prepared to participate in that fundraising effort. So, the idea of getting a provincial grant from lottery funds to assist with the resurfacing project. In our region, we've had a few recent resurfacing, so we have good data on what it should cost, even if we add in the Jasper multiplier. So that will come back. I believe we put it in 2026 to give the groups enough, the groups being any racket sport aficionado. So that's becoming pickleball, but also tennis, to get them enough time to get organized and for us to find an appropriate fundraising venue there.
Thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Reed, before we flip the page to the next area. Just the log cabin portion of renovations. Is that going to be carried forward into the following funding year?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick, yes, indeed. The same thing with the tennis courts, it'll be carried over into this year. And I forgot to finish with the multipurpose all sound system is complete.
Director Reed, can you tell me the difference within the activities center part of the capital budget between fire and security monitoring and the later security system doesn't come up until 2027, but for another $108,000. How are those connected at all? They both use the word security. Just curious.
Thank you, Your Worship. They will be connected in that the systems will be interlinked, but the secondary one is particularly for the door hardware. So I'm trying to think of an analogy, but basically we have to have an overarching system that has sensors and, for fire and entry and other security issues. But then also within that system, the doors can become a part of that system. And one of the great things that we look forward to would be sort of keyless entry. There's a lot of cost savings in operations we could have with keyless entry, but also with the ability then to restrict access to certain buildings and certain times. And so they are different projects, different parts of a similar theme, but different projects.
Have you considered whether there are compatibility issues that could be faced if they're an integrated system and putting one off for another 4 years? Does that potentially lead to any issues with compatibility of components?
Your Worship, I think you're absolutely right. And I would typically defer to operations. They are coordinating that project, but I can tell you that the talk right now is, of course, on integration, that the future planning is to say, well, if we start with this building block, then every building block after will have to be integrated. So I'm quite confident that they have that sorted just based on the meetings that we've had.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demota, again, I'm seeing an image that isn't you. So if you have a question, just verbalize it and I will pass you through. Otherwise, if there are no further questions with respect to page 37, Director Reed, if you wish to carry on, please proceed.
So now we go to the second page of capital, which is the arena. And so again, we have little items of note that roll over the recreation facilities renovation project. In this case, it's $4.5 million for 2024. So just maybe to assist. So the ice plant project is nearly complete. We are in done substantial completion, and we are in what's called the final wrap up of that project. After a few growing pains, it is performing well now. Curling is in. So the ice plant project will be finished this year. Then the renovations design, renovations construction, you guys know that part. Sound system components. So if you've been in the rink and you've been able to connect your Bluetooth device to our new sound system, you will have heard certainly how easy it is for the users, but also it's quite excellent. Peter Bridge believes he's got some bit of tweaking to do, but all in all, that system's working well. So 2023 is complete. The hot water upgrade replacement is, I believe we're going to roll that over because we weren't sure about how the project was going to interfere with that. And then for the future here, a new floor machine, pretty boring. The player bench improvements are probably of note to those who play hockey. The new rink came with a dimensional challenge for the player benches, and that has meant that the door required chopping of the bench. And this amount here is to correct that and give us a bench all the way across. We're so far so good, knock on wood, but that, especially when coaches are walking on that bench, we believe that's a bit of a hazard. There have been a few instances where people got like a Charlie horse, kind of a little bruise from hitting that end of the bench. So we do want to fix it. And we believe that amount is the right amount to get that safety concern corrected. And then our big renovation cost this year. And then the old ice plant renovation to janitor storage. We wanted to do that as part of the project. In the cost savings of the project, we said, well, that's we don't need it today. Let's get the renovation done and let's do it outside of the project where we believe some cost savings can be gained and some sort of we can put the local touch on it rather than it gets designed in Edmonton when we know exactly what we want for that space. There, that's my summary. Any questions?
Councillor Keller-Hrampe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have to ask this. I'm just curious. So the activity center store machine was 12, and the one for the arena is 18. How are they different?
Your worship, through to Councillor Keller-Hrampe, that's an excellent question. And the easiest way I would say is one of them is all-wheel drive and one of them is two-wheel drive. So one of them is good for really nice surfaces like we have in the multipurpose hall, or rather in the lobbies there. The multipurpose hall is not ideal, but the surface is, the floor cleaner is good enough for that surface. When you get into the arena on that rubber surface with the slopes, right, there's all those elevation changes. So that machine is a little beefier. It also carries a bit more water because they've got those long hallways and stuff. So that it's just a bit beefier.
Okay, I was just curious.
Other questions? Council? All right, Director Reed, I would invite you to turn the page.
You are. I just get up. I don't have my glasses on. Apologies, Your Worship and Council. So here we are into the aquatic facility, which we often call the Fitness and Aquatic Center, but there's a lot of aquatic work that you see. The aquatic portions of the renovations, 1.5 million. That structure review helped us to understand exactly where the priorities are in that building. There are a few of these that are more ops specific, like the valve exercise, domestic hot water tanks, some pump replacement. We will be bringing you Director Malinchak will be bringing you the long list of what projects are being rolled over, and those ones I don't have off the top of my head. I will, mea culpa there, I left those to the last minute. I didn't think they were going to be that high a priority because they're sort of operational things that have to get done. So I will double check those ones. Washers and dryers we have to do every so often. The volleyball courts and the sun deck got done. The sand filters is a project we're going to roll over because of the renovations. We have to figure out how the space will change to allow us to pick which sand filters we need. So that project gets rolled over. The mechanical room pumps, same thing. Diving board base, it is possible that we're going to do that right away, but it may also get rolled over. And then for this upcoming year, of course, the big chunk of the renovations, weight room benches, boiler replacements. We've had to actually do these boiler replacements a bit on an emergency basis because 2 of them did fail this last before the cold spell actually. And so on a concern based on the freezing incident we had this past year, the boilers moved to an emergency level replacement. But they will be getting done in 2024. Repair the insulation in the entrance, again, back to that freezing incident. We know there's a problem there between the new build and the old build. And you know, trying to get that done now while the space is open is what we're focused on. Add main mechanical room air supply. That room has never really had proper air exchange. And so in the room, we get a lot of corrosion due to the fact that to have pool water properly treated, you have to have things like acid. And so that room needs to have proper air circulation. In that way, it will reduce the amount of corrosion we get, which will reduce the amount of maintenance we have to do. The fire alarm system, same discussion as before. And then this electrical bonding issue, the pool was built so long ago that all the metal fixtures do not have a direct line to ground, which means there is a possible hazard there. We've recognized the hazard as minimal right now. There's also no source of electricity out there. However, it is kind of to meet modern codes is where we're going with that, modern safety codes. So that we will attempt to get done in 2024. And so that's this big note, additional facility replacements renewal required in 2025 and beyond. And, you know, that facility was built in 1952, I'm told, and then renovated in the late 80s, and then renovated again in the early 2000s. And as an example, our renovation project to do the change rooms, when we took a wall down, we found another wall behind it. When they took that wall down, try to guess what they found. Another wall behind it. And so that's an interesting challenge, but it does mean that that facility is showing lots of its age and is always going to require this sentence, additional facility replacements and renewals. There's almost always going to be something we have to cycle through at that facility, partly because it's old and partly because it's well used and partly because it's a pool. And so those take effort. Any questions? Then I should move on.
Before you do, I was waiting, but I do have a question. More policy than specific. And specific to the expenditure, but your comments about the electrical bonding. And so it is to bring an old building essentially up to current code. Typically, that is not required, and we see that issue elsewhere. Does this signal a policy direction by the municipality to keep facilities current to code, even though there is no requirement that an existing building be brought to code?
Your worship, I can start, and if I don't get it right, CAO Gibbon will step in. I will say the answer is no. There's no policy change that we have made or that I'm aware of. However, this issue we did get in our structure review and in the facilities review. It was brought up as a possible concern in the future. And for us, the policy that we might be leaning on is the risk management line of, well, when it's possible in the future. So then we did a secondary extensive report, and that report indicated there are some priority areas that will need addressing sooner rather than later. And so our policy is well, if we're getting into the realm of safety, then we are gonna defer to safety first. But no, we're not trying to bring every facility up to current code, because you're right, there's no way we could do that. Certainly not in any quick plan. It would take decades to do that. So we'll wait for things to expire, then we'll bring them up to code, which is part of what's happening in this big renovation project. The electrical systems are 50 years old in that arena, and now is the time to replace them. And now is the time when they'll be brought up to current code. But you're right. We have not changed some policy internally.
I'll agree with Director Reed, and maybe just to say that this is an example of, it's been like that for quite a while. Since at least since the pool was taken from one large tank into sort of the separate tanks. It has existed in that state, and we've been okay. And as Director Reed said, when we really did an analysis of the facility, this was raised as, hey, this doesn't have this kind of protection, and it is a risk. Now, your sense of what is the likelihood of something happening may be small, given our experience of the facility over a long period of time. And once it's identified as a risk, then as a public organization, we want to ensure that we're looking to cover that off to the extent possible. And it's a bit of a challenge when we're made aware of a risk and we don't propose to do anything about it.
Thank you for that. And I understand it. Just seems to me that every time there is a change in building code, it is to address a risk real or perceived. And so I'm just wondering whether we are consciously heading down a road where if there is a building code change, we are going to try and upgrade it.
No, Your Worship, maybe I'll just speak to that. No, so it wasn't a change to building code in the past year that triggered this. If there was building code related to this, it was many, many years ago that changed. And it had never been addressed in our facility. And so administration doesn't go looking for changes to building code to try to incorporate them. We did a overall aquatics structure review that analyzed the entire pool, the basin, all the components, and said, here's the things you're going to need to fix over the next little while, and here's the risks associated with those things. And this one, in terms of the electrical bonding, you have some pieces of the pool where there is a metal piece that is not grounded. And now that you know that, you probably have some responsibility to do something about it at some point. And the code changed whenever it changed. So it wasn't as though somebody else changed something. We heard about it and we said, well, we better do something. It was that the review identified a risk, and as the municipality, we're saying, okay, well, now that we know about that risk, we have some responsibility and ultimately liability if we don't take some steps to address that risk. And whether that's next year or the year after, I mean, it's probably subject to council's estimation of our exposure, and as administration, we're saying, well, now that we know about it, we should probably do something. And we wouldn't have known about it if we hadn't done the structure review of the facility.
Thank you for that. Other questions for Director Reed regarding page, sort of page 38, or part of page 38? If not, I will invite you, Director Reed, to move to the next page.
Well, and the next page has, much of that same sentence, facility replacements renewals. They're all in 2025. Sand filters. So the first sand filters line was for the main and the hot tub or the spa. And this sand filters is for the wave pool and the heat exchangers for it. The chemical feed system and ventilation, new water treatment room. That is very straight. It sounds like it's a big deal, but you'll see that it's a small amount of money. It's just about fixing the challenges in that water treatment room that we already have. Upgrade the mechanical systems for the entire aquatic center. Again, that's based on the reports that we have. And so we have put that in as a placeholder to ensure that we at least plan for it, because again, that's how you do asset management properly. The main mechanical room air supply, as well as the fire alarm system, I believe those are repeats of what we've covered before. Reviewing fire stopping, replace steel and copper piping valves throughout the facility. This is all on life cycle maintenance. The whole electrical bonding is a repeat of the one we had before. And then this next one is quite a large amount of money, and it will come from the bonding, the electrical bonding. So we will get a design for the electrical bonding work, and it will indicate whether or not we will need to carry this as well. And so that part I can't really talk about yet, but we again have a preliminary study that tells us we need to book about that much money. And then this geotechnical backfill under the footings in the crawl space. As CAO Given indicated, there are lots of things in that facility that have been that way for many years, decades even. And this is one of those. But however, it was highlighted that there is a spot in the basement the crawl space, where it looks as though the foundation the sand is running away. Now, there are many of us who have been looking at that for 30 years, and we know it hasn't moved in 30 years. However, when you have an engineer come and look at that, they are going to say that's a thing you need to know is going well. And so again, we carried an amount to repair that should it need to be done. All the rest of them are unfunded and are into the future years. And they are all things that, again, on life cycle replacement, we know that these things will age out. And so we are expecting to have to do this work and planning to do so then. Any questions there?
Thank you for that, Director Reed. Are there questions from councillors? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you for the description on both the previous page and this one regarding the, I call it extending the life of the facility work. So we have a little over $3.5 million, or around $3 million that looks like between 2025, 26 is something we're gonna have to be anticipating as we move forward as well for the aquatic center. Just a commentary, what opportunities are there for grant funding for this type of work?
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick, there are a few opportunities. So certainly some of the regular funding that we do get from other levels of government. There is also, as you may remember in the past, the water slide project, I believe, was funded through lottery money. And so all of this work is possible to be applied for a CFEP grant. We would have to show need, of course, and fill out those applications properly. But yes, there are possible grant sources. In the capital plan, again, CAO Given and Director Malinchak can correct me, but in the capital plan, we don't worry about how it'll get funded. We have to show it to carry it as a value that we need to plan for. And then as the funding sources are, in essence, sometimes revealed or found, then we decide how we're going to pay for it. So all of this, what do you want to add? Director Malinchak wants to add something. So there's probably something I said in there that was shady.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council. Just wanted to highlight that there are some plans with debenture in those areas. However, if the opportunities came for grant funding, obviously we would be doing the work behind that to get any kind of grant funding that we could. But right now, you'll see it in the debt plan going forward. So it is in there for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the additional information. And the reason I'm going down this road is by demonstrating that we've got an ongoing commitment to maintaining a capital asset. Does that help us in future grant funding, that we're not trying to maintain an asset that's beyond its natural life? In other words, by doing this ongoing work, we create a longer life cycle and potentially additional ability to raise funds?
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick, I think the short answer is yes, but. So yes, but it's not a cornerstone of those grant programs. Well, some of them, there are some aspects we can say because we're not building a new and destroying an old, there's an environmental gain there. We can say that this will improve the energy efficiency of an existing facility rather, and so there's an energy efficiency gain there. So there are times when this will contribute to our application. The fact that the facility still exists, so the fact that we have been maintaining it and using it, yes, that definitely will impact our success with grant applications. So I think my short answer is yes.
Thank you for that. Could I ask one of you, potentially Director Melanchuk, to confirm that for debt finance projects in future years, including 2024, so 2.7 million for the aquatic portion of renovation construction, that is existing debt, correct? That we're not going to have to incur more debt for that. That's something that we've already dealt with in our existing borrowing bylaw.
Your worship, may I ask, where you're referencing the number?
So I'm looking at page 39 of 69 of, I think it is.
Thank you.
Sorry, 38.
Okay.
And there's top line, and there's no year at the top, but I think it's 2024. $2.7 million debt financed for aquatic portion of renovation construction.
Oh, yes, sure. Sorry. Yes, that is part and parcel of the borrowing that we just had occur. Yes, sorry, I wasn't following.
Yeah, all right. There's lots of pages, lots of columns, lots of numbers. And then if we look at, Director Reed, the additional scope items, which are another, I don't know, looks like $2.5 million or something, all unfunded. And those are all renovation additional scope. Are those items that were ever removed from the initial scope of the existing renovation plans?
I thank your worship. Yes, some of them are. I could pull up the two sheets to compare, but yes, some of them definitely were. I can confidently say the security system was, as an example. But yes, there are quite a few of these items that, our dream was to get the bulk of it done. The costs indicated we couldn't get the bulk of it done, so we prioritized based on longevity and life cycle maintenance of those items. And so the project we're getting is the best we could get for the money we're getting, but it does leave items that were planned to be done on the table to be finished as we're planning to do them in these future years.
I would just like to add that it's placed as unfunded within the context because it's not an approved budget going forward in future years. There is a plan for debenture for those amounts. So because hasn't gone to council, hasn't gone through the process of debt, I haven't labeled it as debt, but you'll see that it is a plan in the debt summary that you have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Perhaps I'm struggling just with process. Council was asked to look at debt financing for a renovation plan and specifically narrow the scope only to find that the very things that we narrowed are back again. It's a bit of a challenge, I find.
Your worship, I'm happy to speak to that. As we've gone through the renovation of the facilities, I believe, and certainly happy to check the record, but I believe that administration reflected that they're old facilities and we couldn't do everything at the same time, just in terms of cost. That just, the project itself would have been too large to do. And so in this current renovation project, we attempted and brought to council opportunities to consider a reasonable mix of what I'll call front of house improvements that would be immediately obvious to users and back of house improvements. I think what you're seeing here is that we could have very easily spent all of the money back of house and not a single user of the facilities would have noticed that we did anything, except that, all these things that need to be improved would be improved and it would run more reliably and better. And so administration has always wanted to ensure that council and the community are aware of the cost of having these facilities and that asset management and maintenance is a continual cycle of reinvestment, for the financial capacity and even just the capacity to deliver a project. I don't think we would have been able to completely redo everything in all the facilities in 1 year. And so it is a load management issue of saying, okay, well, how do we spread across that cost over multiple years? And how do we spread that workload? Of course, the challenge in future years will be to minimize the disruption for users. I think that with the amount of front of house improvements that are being made in the current renovation project, the larger majority of future improvements will be more back of house. They'll be less disruptive to users of the facilities. So in terms of where we've landed, we could have spent much more on doing renovations in 2024 or 2025, 2023, the current project could have been much larger. We didn't have $20 million kicking around and there didn't appear to be an appetite. It didn't mean though that we got away from the other future monies that we'll have to spend on maintaining these important community assets.
Thank you for that. Other questions from council with respect to this page of the community development capital budget? I would invite you then, Mr. Reid, to move forward once again.
Well, if I could be so confident to say, I think this is my last capital page. So under the recreation grounds area, we've got that skate park, which we know is happening this spring. It's a very exciting project after a decade of hard community work to see that coming forward. Also for the 2024, the commemoration and centennial park improvements, we received a grant last year that we will finish in 2024. That will create some more spaces for gathering is the shortest way to describe it. And it will also improve accessibility at both of those parks. Fully grant funded. Then over in the daycare, we are the window project. The daycare is kind of fun because it's so nice. Like there's not a lot of sand filters that need to be replaced. And anyway, all the things in their stuff is fun. So the daycare yard AstroTurf, the grass on the hills that the kids commonly climb on is very tough to keep that grass alive. And so we're proposing to give us one hill that will always have grass on it because we'll get AstroTurf. The kitchen flooring is reached end of life. And so those are the two small projects at the daycare this upcoming year. You asked earlier about projects that were taken out of the big project, the big renovation. This daycare yard drainage was part of that. We had hoped to finish that as part of the main plaza rejigging, but we know that can afford to wait a year or two, and so it was taken out of the project, but it will have to come back in 2025. The flooring in the older rooms will need to be done in 2025. as well as a bathroom renovation. And those are all just sort of, life expectancy. We know that the flooring, the walls, the fixtures, they wear out. And so that's the stuff you see there. And then into the future years, same thing. We just continually upgrade and replace the facility as needed. Any questions on those fun things?
Deputy Mayor Paul.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I have a question about that skate park. It's fun, it's in the capital budget as 170. Is that included in the budget? Because I might have been under the impression that it was an external ask, or is that in this budget?
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Paul, sorry. Yes, so a bit of an error on my part, I think, I probably should have put a slash unfunded, because part of the project was already approved. The additional funds are coming later in the presentations as its own request. So I should have slash unfunded on that amount. And just so council is aware as well, the number will be slightly different because of the amount that was approved before was a little bit more than the initial talk that I had with Daryl. So the number can be shifted a little tiny bit, it's not much, but that happened post everything being in print and seeing the presentation from Mr. Savage.
So, Your Worship, if I may, so really this item, that 170 in 2024, is really subject to council decision making. Ultimately, though, if council chooses to support that, then it would be reflected as capital item in our capital budget. So there's a bit of a difference where we give a grant to community organization. It's an operational expense that is just, not to oversimplify, but here's your check, way to go. This one is money that would go towards a capital asset that ultimately will be on our leasehold. And so that's why it's shown in the capital plan, even though it is a community group request. And so certainly this amount that's here, as I said before, would be subject to council actually approving that along with the community group request. It's the only one of the community group requests that is a capital request.
So so it's not included in the $1.3+ million addition.
Well, Director Melanchuk can speak to that. The relationship between capital projects and operating is not as direct. You don't get $1 of net tax requisition reduction for $1 cut from capital, because as you see here, this is coming from debt, from maybe reserve funds and a bunch of different areas. So it is not exactly a 1-to-1 ratio. So choosing not to fund the capital request for the skate park improvement will not reduce the $1.3 million net tax requisition.
On the same subject, that skate park, the funding source now indicates debt or donations, and for this year it's in the 927,000. So that would be roughly 627,000 grants and fundraising, plus the 300,000 that council previously committed. That is intended to be debt financed, that 300,000 plus the 170. Would that be debt financed, or would some of that come from reserve if council chose to approve the extra 170?
Right. Yes, your worship, it can either come from debt or from reserves. At the moment, it was a plan of debenture. The reserves are getting quite slim, but if council wanted to redirect any kind of funding, then that obviously can occur.
There was also a suggestion when we heard from community groups about the potential for gifts in kind. And so how, if, I recall the number was about 60,000 if we, the municipality, did site preparation. That seems to me to be an operational cost. So then if council approved 170,000 additional funding, would 60,000 of that get transferred to operations to cover that additional cost?
Yes, your worship. So it can still be offset by reserves in that case, in the operating budget. So we would show it within the context of the operating as support from operations, and then it would get offset with that. The good thing about it being the final funds is that we most likely won't be taking debenture until we know a little bit more about what their end figures are going to be looking like. So, you know, any kind of in kind will be initial contributions. So part of that 300,000 initially, and then it'll roll through and just with my experience with taking out debentures, that we do often have to take them out later than we anticipate. I think it will play in our favor with watching what occurs during the process. So it is that initial plan with debenture, but definitely we can look at how to redistribute that and take from reserves if the council would like to do so. It might be a different set of reserves, not just specific to assets but council can shift whatever within the reserves to make them sufficient to what you would like to apply them to. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gibbon?
Your worship, if I may, I understand the nature of the discussion at the community group presentations was for council to consider, you know, up to a certain amount, certainly wanting to continue to encourage the community and donors to be involved. And so what's reflected here is what it would likely require to ensure that the project can go forward. We are at a point where we need to, and in fact, I think the community group has signed contracts for construction. So that needs to move forward. And they need to have that certainty. As administration, we certainly want to try to reduce any required municipal investments. You know, whether it's 100, let's talk about 170, to the extent possible, using our own labor forces would reduce the amount of borrowing that we'd have to take. And any additional community contributions that came in between now and then would also reduce the amount of borrowing that we'd have to take. So again, I wasn't at the meeting, but I understand the nature of the discussion was sort of, let's ensure that the community stays engaged in supporting this project. And let's make sure the project goes forward. So there's sort of a difficult balance that I think we're trying to strike there. This 170 reflects the amount that would be required to ensure the project went forward on a cash basis. Administration will work to reduce borrowing, as Director Malinchuk said. We would likely take the borrowing when the costs are more clear, you know, and when it sort of has been finalized. And that allows us to ensure that we save as much as we can by, you know, either through our own forces or if the community comes to the table more, we can reduce that as well.
Thank you for that. Other questions from councillors? Councillor Keller-Granty?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused here. The way I understood the conversation went that if we gave the 170 or we gave 110 and 60 as in kind, then they have enough to go with the plan as is, and they have all the features. And if community money came in, then they would use that afterwards for additional. And that's where I have the problem. You know what I mean? Like, because if the money comes in, I think it should reduce for us. And that's kind of where I was left with the conversation. And that's why I'm really on the fine line with it. But I may be wrong. Did I misunderstand that last week?
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Councillor Keller-Renty. Any other questions for Mr. Reid on his ultimate page of capital expenditures for the next 5 years?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor DeMoss.
I thought that Councillor Keller-Empey had a question. Did it get answered? I couldn't hear if there was a response to that.
I accepted that I understood things the way that she did.
Okay, all right.
Nobody else has said anything.
Nope, that's fine. I didn't hear a response, so that's great. I understood the same. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, it would be time for Councillor Milnick to make a motion that we continue beyond 4 hours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Given the fact that due to technical difficulties, we were unable to start at 9 o'clock, you are correct. That we in fact do need a motion to continue meeting today beyond the 4-hour limit, and I so make that motion.
All those in favor? Councillor Demota, a yay or a nay?
Yay, sir.
Thank you. That was unanimous, none opposed. We must carry on for another 4 hours.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well, that's what we get to make the next motion. All right. We are clear to continue, which means we are at a point probably where we can entertain motions with respect to a direction regarding the operational budget, either as presented or as amended. And similarly, with respect to the 5-year capital budget. If council needs a moment or two, I will call a 5-minute recess and councillors can contemplate what motion they might wish to bring forward, beginning with the operational budget.
They're gonna learn it next. So text me, I'll write it down.
All right, we are reconvened again following that short break. I think there are some questions before we get to motions. So I would invite those councillors who had additional questions to go ahead. Councillor Keller-Renty.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. My question for you is to Director Reid. The 3 positions, Director Reid, I'm going to be honest, I'm not in favor of making them full-time positions or part-time full-time positions. Would term positions be a consideration?
Your worship, through to Councillor Keller-Empey. Of course, my recommendation or request would be that we would consider 2-year. As we've seen, certainly with the environmental position, that short terms are tougher to fill. And I really would like to get someone who can prove the worth of the position to the community. And so of course, I'm open to a term that could be great for getting us over this challenge that we've got. And again, like I said, proving the value to the community. I would request a 2-year if you were open to that. But yes, we will adapt, improvise, and overcome as required.
And I'm going to be honest, I am quite concerned about the crisis team position and the volunteer or the position for the kids. I think they're great positions, but in the past, these have always been funded through grants with the Alberta government. And, I always worry about the downloading. So I hate to see the community not have help, but I could see myself supporting a term position with some restrictions on it. And part of that position would be to look for funding for the future of those positions. That's just where I stand on this issue. I'm also not convinced about the cultural programmer. I'd like to see that part-time, three-quarter time term position, see how it goes, and to see if that position brought in some funding that would enhance the funding collective within the arena, especially, the arena and the activity center like are kind of down now, and they're going to be down, I think, for another couple of months. So to bring in a full-time programmer for 2024, I just don't think there's a need for that. That's just my personal opinion.
Were there other questions from councillors related to those topics? Councillor Melvin?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you, to Director Reed. The recreation and cultural programmer, given the fact that we are probably 9 months still of construction, potentially, I would sense if we're going to do anything with that position, if it is going to be part-time or a term position, that we only consider doing that towards the latter half or latter third of the year until or once the facility is actually back up and more running. Kind of hard to sell a facility when it's still under construction. I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick. I can certainly understand where you're coming from, both of your comments, Councillor Keller, MP as well. I would add that, Seniors Week and Canada Day and Volunteer Week and the community dinners, those are all things that are going to happen regardless of the status of the construction project. So I don't see it as impactful as the fact that we have a renovation project doesn't mean we've stopped. In fact, my stats show that we're still, again, this project's been going on the bulk of this last few months, and we're still on track to more than double the number of events / rentals that we have had at the facility. So the fact that we are remaining open, we still have an arena, we still are having tournaments, we still have the multipurpose hall with events in it on the regular. So, my operational perspective is that we're still running full tilt. But that's where I stand.
Your Worship, if I may just supplement Director Reed's response there, for council, this is not a position, certainly the ability to act as a backstop to the activity center manager and provide those sort of off-duty hours so that the activity center manager doesn't need to be there 365 days a year, because that is our venue that is open the most. That is an ongoing thing that is independent of whether or not all the components are open. Additionally, my understanding of the position is that it would enable the municipality to do more recreation programming planning. Some of that takes some lead time. So if I just think about hockey camps, sport camps, or any of those other types of things, you'd need some lead time in order to coordinate those types of bookings. And so it isn't just being there on the day when the booking happens, it is the coordinating, planning, and organizing in advance of when a booking might happen. And bookings could also be our sports fields. And I think the intent of this would be to ensure there are more activities for locals to participate in, and designing, planning, and getting ready for those activities obviously has more lead time. If we wanted to start for the summer season and you wanted to plan summer activities for the fields, we probably want to start that earlier than June, for example.
Councillor Lasser?
At every community conversation I've been at this year, I've heard considerable conversation about unprecedented attendance at programming. I've heard that across the board, around, the library as well as costs and all the other places. So you talked about the teen program and of course I've heard considerable about that. It's up to 70 youth attending and the need for more supervision, but you didn't elaborate much beyond that. So my question would be twofold. One, would a financial contribution to the pot that pays for those kind of things be an acceptable alternative? And B, so if it was a smaller amount and not a position, and B, what could you elaborate more on, say, seniors programming, or what your vision for this position would, how it would enhance programming across the life stages, or is it only in the youth area?
Your worship, through to Councillor Waxer, thanks for that great question. Yeah, again, in the summarizing of these positions, I hit the bullets, the high points, right? A really concrete example would be, so we have what's called CHIPS, or Children's Indoor Play Group, and that group is one of our cost outreach programs, where an outreach worker is intended to make connections with the young families in our community. And those connections are meant to serve the twofold purpose that we lovingly call the magic mix. And so one of the things that our programs try to do is to find people where they are and make relationships with them, so that when they may be in challenge of some sort, they already have a relationship and they are much quicker to come to solution through that relationship with the outreach worker. That program requires extensive setup and takedown. There's a whole bunch of gear, the toys themselves, that are stored away and taken out every day. And so this program support worker, an example of one of the roles they can fill, is they could set that room up, thereby freeing the outreach worker to be either meeting one-to-one with clients, or to be developing programming, or performing a different program while that work is occurring. So that's why when I talked earlier about sort of relieving the pressure, this increased volume of people, this position relieves the pressure on an outreach worker by taking care of some of those tasks before and after, allowing the outreach worker to continue to do the magic mix of programming and one-to-one. So that's one of the factors I would definitely talk about. The other one that I did touch on extensively, I think is clear, but I'll try to do a one sentence, which is at the programs that have what we in the past would consider oversubscription. This is amazing that we are getting 70 youth out, or amazing that we're getting 20 families to an event. And so now that program support worker is the extra hands and eyes to accommodate the extra capacity or the extra people that are there for the success of that program. So I really want to sort of highlight the fact that if we believe that one of the successes of the community programming is that it is accessible to one and all, and that there are no barriers to attendance, then this position is crucial to continuing that on in those times of high volume. So the first part is about, creating the right balance of outreach worker time and support for, does that obviously automatically mean this answer's too long if the microphone goes off? I will make note of that. So to shorten up my answer, to relieve the pressure of the outreach system by bringing in an extra resource to do a lot of the setup and takedown and various tasks such as that. To relieve the pressure on the outreach system by adding in people, a person, to the event that is well subscribed. You know what? The microphone told me to stop talking, so I will.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. This brings me a bigger concern about the overall presentation of everything. And again, I'm not condemning administration or wanting to make anyone look bad, but here we are. We have a bunch of different things to contemplate. And for me, regardless if it's a position or a communal vehicle, I want the sell sheet on it, because it's great that, you know, we understand what capacity needs to be filled. And I trust administration, but how do I sell it to the community? And what I'd like to see, you know, and we might not have the human resources to build these things that I'm contemplating or asking, but within the next time that we have before we're making the decision on this, it would be nice to have something posted online. For example, this position we were just talking about, things we are contemplating for budget. So someone can go in there, community member, and go, okay, why do we need this position? So I want to see the return on investment on there. And if there is no return on investment, what are the benefits? What are the better benefits for the community supporting this new position or new vehicle or whatever it is? And then it's there, so that when we're going out in the street, we've got all of a sudden 6 new positions we got to go and speak to in the community if we approve them. And then we have to stand there for half an hour and explain, well, this is why we're doing this, bing, 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 and maybe not have all the answers on hand. And if we had them on hand, it might be a lot easier. We can direct people somewhere. Right now, what I'm hearing is that if we don't ask all the questions, we're not going to get all the answers. The opportunity for a position is there, but we just had a few more questions reveal some of the gaps that position could get filled. Well, if we didn't ask them, we wouldn't know all those gaps, right? And all the in the best effort that Director Reed gave us, if we had something to start with, then I think it would be easier. It would be an easier buy-in for me. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate your time. I didn't mean to really go on a rant there, but I'm just trying to get an idea of what we need to do. And I'm not sure if other councillors feel the same way. So maybe, I guess I could ask a question through you, Your Worship, to CAO Given. Is there an opportunity for us to get some detail in advance on these things? Because I remember in future budgets, we had something, a preamble on what this position means or what this new add-on means.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Demota. Mr. Given was going to respond in any event.
Councillor Demota, through Your Worship. Yeah, absolutely. So any positions that are here in this part of the presentation or any other part, the departments have had to create a position request. We have a form for that where they're asked to describe, what the position is, sort of detail the work that we do. And so certainly administration can bring those together if council needs additional information before it's in a position to make a final decision on any of these. And that's why we're through this process. If there are any of the topics that council wants more information on, then that's your right to ask for that, and we'll do our best to be able to provide it for you in a timely manner that allows you to make decisions and keep the process rolling. Absolutely. And particularly with the positions, I think we have quite a bit of that, and so it shouldn't be that difficult to provide. So just like with the finance and administration, the carpool versus private sort of mileage expenditures question, totally reasonable question, completely understand why council won't have that, and so as administration will try to gather that and come back to you. There are, I think, as all council members I'm sure appreciate, there are hundreds of different data points that we could be bringing to the table. And so we do our best to try to boil it down in a way that is legible, that's understandable for the community, because obviously council has a lot more information than the general community. So we're trying to find that right balance. And sometimes it means that we don't provide all of the stuff. And we do leave it to council to say, well, look, in order to make a good decision here, or in order for us to make it an informed decision, we need to see more of the stuff on this particular issue. And as administration, we're happy to provide that when requested.
If I could follow up.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that, and it is a daunting task to think of everything that council is going to say, but I believe for the obvious ones, you know, and I don't know a better way to really, well, I guess it could be like a resume for each position. I was going to use, like, when you're going to buy a vehicle, whether it's new or used, like there'll be a list of better benefits for going in that direction, why you should pick this particular one. But I guess, like, if there was kind of a similar thing as in a resume, this is what, you know, this position could do for the community. And I think because of the times that we're in, and, you know, that every addition has an operational impact on the from tax supported dollars. So when we have to go to the community and say why were all these positions added, I still think for those, if you're gonna, if someone's gonna come, if a director's gonna come and say this is why we need it, it would be great. I mean, obviously the information's there, so for us to have it as well in advance really helps, or even at the same time. Thank you.
Director Reed?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there's two things. Does council remember the one pager we did make for the project coordinator, that it had the 5 boxes of the 5 main focuses of the position? Is that a tool that you think could work in this case as well?
Councillor Demota, you initiated this. Do you recall that document, and would that be of value?
Right. Yeah, I think 5 boxes that show what would be helpful. But Councillor Waxer asked a question, and Director Reed filled in a bunch of things on the support that the position could give and the reason why. And I think, you know, if we go through every position, those are going to be there. So I think just having 5 check boxes, these are all the things that it checks off. I don't know if that really, if that fulfills everything. I don't remember the sheet at the top of my head, and I don't want to come across as being the cranky guy from home either. There are some challenges from doing this. So I just think having a better detail, like, you directors would know better on how to sell the position. And I'm sorry that I'm making it sound that way, but we have to have accountability for our decisions. And I think that just having anecdotal evidence is not entirely helpful when we need to support the message. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Director Reed?
Yes, so Your Worship, through to all of council, I appreciate all this conversation. It does help to clarify what I need to bring back, and I really appreciate that. One thing Councillor Waxer said that I didn't answer yet that I would like to address, which is, would this function be served with a simple budget line that said, you know, $33,000 for program support? And in fact, it would. This is a weird thing. We're asking for a position when actually I don't need a position. We already have these people. We're already doing program support all the time. It's just been funded elsewhere. And so this particular one, thanks to Councillor Waxer's question, it actually isn't a position that I'm asking for. I'm asking for funding for an existing position to do the work that we needed to do. We hire and we go through program support workers as needed based on the funding that we have. And so in this case, this particular example, I think Councillor Waxer's correct. This isn't a new position that I'm asking for. What we were asking for was a newly funded position from council, as opposed to funded from Alberta Health or FCSS or other funding sources that we would use. We don't have any of those other funding sources, but we still have the need for these hours to be fulfilled. So in this particular case, I think Councillor Waxer is right. I'm not asking for a new position that would be added forever. These are positions you've already got in this community. The program support worker is a position already filled right now. What I am asking for is some more money to give some hours to that position. So I don't know, we will have to obviously take that back and, rejig it to bring that clarity, but I really, wanted to address the question that you did ask.
If I might then continue on this discussion of whether or not it's position requests or funding requests. If I go back to page 36 of our electronic budget, that is the community development by object. And there we see that, well, firstly, the cost that has been attributed for the 2 half-time and 1 full-time position totals, not on that sheet, but $143,000 is the ask that is on the deck that you produced to us today. So 35,500, 76,500, and 31,000. Does that include salaries and benefits? Okay. So again, if you go back to that page, community development by object type, last year by my math, if you combine salaries and benefits, that accounted for 57% of the expenses for the department. That's reducing slightly to 51% for 2024. But there is a huge increase in contracted services. It goes from just under 700,000 to over $1 million. And so one of my concerns with new positions is that as much as we try to do priority-based budgeting, once we add positions, it is incremental and it's there for every year, ever after. And even this year, we are seeing the impact of that because I think about $400,000 of the 1.3 million that is the tax increase is related to salaries and benefits. That's a real cost and it keeps coming back and it goes up every year because we get into that. So I would like to know if you can convince me for new positions or new funding, could we have a corresponding decrease in the contracted services? How is it that we need that much more in contracted services, a 48% increase in contracted services between 2023 and 2024? And so I might be persuaded, but I'm concerned firstly, because once a position is embedded, we see the impact of that on subsequent budget requests. That aside, is there a way to pull money from a different part of your budget to fund this work that needs to be done?
Your worship, if I might be able to respond to that. One thing to consider with looking at contracted services under community development is that a lot of the changes could be in relation to grants. So as grant funding goes up, then we also have more expenses. So in those areas, for instance, even the national immigration, there's a lot of contracted services there. So that might be, and there are quite a bit of the, just so that it's noted, because community development is such a large department. A lot of the increase in IT actually goes to community development as well. Because they'll receive more support in that area. So just a comment on that area, that it might not be possible because of it's generally quite a wash in revenue and expenses when it comes down to that grant provision.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And perfectly correct to draw my attention to that national immigration thing, because that is, I think, a $300,000 increase. So 3/4 of that 400,000, but that's in and out money. So fairly stated. Thank you. I still have the same challenge, but less of a solution.
Your worship, and this is only in the budget book, not in the presentation, but when you go to that operating budget by object type, you can see that $392,000 increase in conditional grants. So while you're seeing it in the increase in expense under contracted services, that increase of about $400,000, there's an offsetting increase in conditional grants that also comes in. So it is exactly as Director Malinchuk described, that it really is probably more reflective of, as we get more external funding, we provide more services fully supported by that external funding. Some of it isn't in and out, like in the National Immigration Partnership. But there are other smaller parts where a funder says, hey, we're willing to pay you more to do more work and more hours. We say, okay, that's great. And we do have some contracted employees, sorry, I guess not employees, but we do have some contractors that deliver those services, terms, others. But again, that's, as you said, more understanding, but maybe not, unfortunately, a better solution.
Thank you for that.
Your worship, if I may, I know that there was some question, we're sort of stalled, or the question under consideration is there were those 3 position requests, and before asking to have the community development budget brought forward to council for consideration, you probably want some more clarity around those position requests. And I heard that discussion about council needing more information to be able to make an informed decision. Administration's happy to do that. And I guess my request would be that council could identify which positions you wanted more information on by motion. And if it's all 3, then that's great. But if there's a position that really is not under consideration, and you don't need us to bring you more information because it's not likely to be considered by council, then you could also say so. So if council wants information on all 3 positions, a motion directing administration to bring forward additional details and supporting documentation on the position requests. That type of motion would make it clear to us that we should just work it up on all 3 and bring it back. Or if council said, well, actually it's only this one, or a councilor said, I'm only willing to support this one, so I'll make a motion on one of them, that's also fine.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. I think there is a motion already with respect to outreach worker crisis response. We have requested additional information, so I think that one is confirmed. Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, here's the rub. I might be convinced if I had the information and, I could have supported something, but, on the surface of, I don't feel like, I want more information on it, then, there's a missed opportunity there. And I know, like, even from being a salesperson, I spent so much time doing stuff to sell different things. And most of the time that I spend on those things are on items or opportunities that people don't go for or buy or just buy into. So, the effort comes in the ones that people do pick up on. And for me, I'm not saying that everything should be a commodity, but if I have a better understanding, I could be convinced on the thing. So I'm not saying go out and bring up all these items with greater detail, but we would be saving a lot of time in this process right now and going back and forth on and having better understanding. So again, I'm kind of at a little bit of a loss, and there is a disadvantage of me not being in the room too, and then seeing what's in front of you guys. I was trying to put together a motion for a general request for all new funding requests for municipal positions to come back. But if that's going to be too daunting of a task, then we can pick these off one by one if others are interested. So I look forward to some debate here.
Well, thank you, Councillor Demoda. I think that if you were to make a motion for additional information with respect to one or both of the positions that we haven't yet dealt with by motion, you might find that you are not as lonely as you appear to be there on the banks of Marine Lake. You may have other support on council for additional information if you were to make a motion for that with respect to both the recreation and cultural programming position and the outreach program support worker position. And then if another councillor wants to divide those, they could do that if we need to deal with them individually. But if you wanted to make a combined motion, that would be in order.
I think what I'm going for is like from this moment all the way through till the end of the day tomorrow, like just make one, because we're just going to waste time doing like going through the motions and stuff. And I realize, that's our job, but if it's just we're going to do one off, I want information on all of them. So is someone there that wants to do the two for today, then that's good.
Your worship, if I may, I certainly don't want to be pedantic and get away in the way of council's decision making. I do just want to observe that the motion before about the crisis was not actually specific to the position. So the motion was actually to identify the gaps and overlaps in crisis services, including hours of service and types of service. So it was slightly different. And that's where, again, if council wanted to say administration on these positions and any other positions that show up the next couple of days, bring us more information, no problem, happy to do it. But I just do want to say that excluding that one position from that list, you won't get exactly what we're looking for because nobody asked us to bring information on that position. You asked us about the range of different services and organizations that are involved in that space.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. I think the intent was convince us of the need before we decide. But that's fair enough. In any event, here we are. I will go back and see we have a request for 3 positions, or maybe not, maybe funding for existing positions. I'm not sure. But on paper, we had a request for 2 part-time, 1 full-time position, and there may be more coming. So if there is a councillor who wants to make a motion, that would be helpful. Councillor Kelleran.
The committee direct administration to bring us back more information on all 3 positions listed today for community and outreach services. And even though Director Reid talked about that it may be just funding, if you can provide that information, it was just funding versus the position, that kind of gives us a little clearer, make it clearer for us to make a decision.
If I might, I didn't record your wording, but the 3 positions for community development.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
Because one of them is not.
Yes, it's community, the whole encompass of community development and recreation.
Thank you for that, Councillor Waxer.
I believe that Councillor Demoda had really requested that any new positions for the next 2 days would be asked for the same kind of information. Am I correct?
Yeah, and I was in the process of writing a motion there, and it could be a friendly amendment if that's available. So this is what my friendly amendment would look like if it was the committee direct administration to bring additional support information to justify new funding requests for municipal positions to council for consideration.
Would you like to, with the consent of council, withdraw your motion and allow Councillor Demota's motion to stand?
I can do that.
Is there any objection to that?
Not for me.
All right, so your motion, and I can't hope to repeat it verbatim, but your motion is that with respect to all proposed new positions, administration bring forward supporting rationale for.
Yeah, so I can repeat it.
Okay.
The direct administration to bring additional support information to justify new funding requests for municipal positions to council for consideration. Because then we're not saying for new positions, we're saying new funding requests for municipal positions.
All right, thank you for that motion, Councillor Demota. Is there any debate? Appears to be no debate required. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So that will apply to any proposed new positions in the 2024 budget. Does that then, from the position of administration, require for the time being that council or committee direct that administration bring forward the community development operating budget as presented at the next meeting? So that would be without the addition of the positions.
Your worship, I'll look at my colleagues here, but I think some of this information, particularly on the positions here in community development, already exists. I don't think it's going to be particularly difficult to generate. I think it's likely that we can return tomorrow with that information. So what I would suggest is that certainly not making any motions on the positions. Of course, you've done that, so we need more info. I think you probably want to hold on and not deal with the operating budget that's been presented. And we can just not deal with it today and then come back tomorrow and read it and discuss again. I guess the question might be capital. Is capital something that council at this time would propose any changes to? And if not, then that may be a portion of the community development budget that could be completed and recommended for the council.
Thank you for that. Is there a councillor prepared to make a motion with respect to the community development 5-year capital plan?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I'd like to ask through you to CEO, given our Director Melanchuk. I'm quite concerned about the skateboard park. I really do want this to go forward. Last term, we, as a council, gave up to 300,000 as a motion. And when they were here last week, they described that they needed hotel rooms, they needed in-kind. I'm wondering, do we need to approve that 170? Because if there was money in reserves in next year, that we'd encourage them to continue to work with all the properties in town for hotel rooms, look at what we can do in kind, and that see what other donations they received. And then as the project got closer, then we could make a decision. Is that possible or is that out of line?
Well, I'll look to Director Reed to contribute, our Director of Knowledge Check in terms of where the community organization is at, but just with respect to what's within the council's power, certainly you can say, well, we're not in a position to put any additional funds to this at this time and come back to us when the project is closer to complete and the final cost known. That's totally within your right. The budget, can certainly be amended at any point throughout the year. So if council wanted to decline that request and reconsider later in the year when more of these things are known, then that's certainly within your right. And that would basically just show this as 170 unfunded. Essentially, you're dealing with that community group request that will come up. It also shows in the slides later on for tomorrow. But you could deal with it that way and say, we're going to decline to do that, or you could leave it in the budget, but recognize it as unfunded. And then that way council could choose later in the year if all or some portion of that needed to be funded or supported. You would have an opportunity to consider that at a later time in the 2024 calendar year. So it really is a change to the funding source. Or if you wanted to fund some portion of it, say, okay, well, fine, we're good for this much extra cash, but we're leaving this other bit unfunded. Do you understand where I'm going? You have a range of options that are available to you.
Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Island. On that topic, I also have a question maybe for Director Reed. What capacity could the project coordinator help this community group if that role is some grant writing or engagement?
Your worship, through the Deputy Mayor Hall. So our project coordinator can certainly offer assistance. I think the window for applying for grants and receiving favorable response is rapidly closing. But yes, when council, enabled administration to support the project, that, in essence, unlocked some staff time. And we, myself and Director Greathead especially, have spent some time with the group, and we will continue to do that. The request, and as CAO Given said, you're going to get to contemplate this request on its own tomorrow when the community groups item comes up. But the request is that if other funding doesn't come in, will council guarantee the full bill? I think CAO Given has nailed it on the head. You guys can decide what that means to you and what your level of comfort is with supporting this project any further than the 300 that's already earmarked.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I would like to echo the feelings that Councillor Keller MP had regarding the amount over and above the 300,000 that we had committed to. We did have that presentation, which we'll be again looking at tomorrow. But I would, if we are going to move forward with the capital budget, approve it with the understanding that the 300,000 is what we're approving, and that the remainder would be unfunded. And with more information, say in February, March, we can determine how much of the park will be built, or work with the group to see what grants had come in. I'm hesitant to be on the hook for another 170 right now.
Councillor Waxer.
I too am hesitant to be on the hook for 170, but and have some degree of optimism that as we move closer to the actual build and moving around and pouring, that there'll be there'll be enthusiasm and people stepping up. I think I've observed that on projects in the past, and I hope that will play out. And I would encourage community development in any of us to help support the skateboard group in pointing to any possible opportunities for funding that comes up.
If there was, oh, I'm sorry, there's Councillor Demota. I will get to you in a second, Councillor Vogt. I was going to say if there was a motion that the 170 be shown as unfunded, I would also be supportive of the other 300,000 being potentially subject to funding from reserves in addition to that, so that we still have optionality sometime down the road. Right now, it shows just as debt and or donations. And I appreciate that our reserves are dwindling rapidly, but when we look at more debt financing, we might decide that if it's limited to the 300, it would be better to take some from reserves, but right now we haven't even identified that as a funding source. So I would be comforted if we did that, and if the other 170 shows up as unfunded, then we'll see where we get as the project unfolds. Sorry, Councillor Demota, I cut you off.
No, you did not cut me off, and it's better that you speak because you do it more clearly than I do. And yeah, I was just going to echo some of the sentiment there, and I feel the same way. And you know, initially when a lot of that external funding was coming in, you know, it was under the understanding that it would get matched with community dollars from people from fundraising and not from the municipality. So, you know, I think, you know, I'm not saying that the committee has to go and dig deeper, but I think I'm going to be challenged, especially right now with all that's going on with the arena upgrades and all the other things attached, to go for another 170 or whatever the deal is with gifts in kind and all that. So I'm echoing what you're saying, and I think I would really support that if somebody wants to make that motion.
Is there a councillor prepared to make a motion with respect to potentially amendments to the community development capital budget? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to make the motion that committee amend the community development capital budget by changing the status of the skateboard park to indicate that the 170,000 and 100 in 2024 should be listed as unfunded. And then once we pass that, I'm sure we could move on to the next motion.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Melnick. Is there any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Melnick, go ahead.
Unless a further debate on other items in the capital budget, I would make the motion that committee approve the community development capital budget as amended for 2024.
Is there any debate on that motion? I'll simply reiterate that my one concern is that we have eliminated the possibility of funding any part of the 300 through reserves. If we pass that motion.
Oh, okay, yeah. So there would be no. Thank you, Worship. Indicating the funding source may limit us moving forward. And the intention of my motion was to indicate that we could look at either using reserves or debt for funding the $300,000 portion of the project. And my intention with the 170,000 was to leave that as unfunded. So in my motion to approve the community development capital budget as amended, the amendment should indicate that the 300,000 could be funded as yet to be determined, either through debt or through reserves, and that's to be determined in the future.
I think I could accept that as a motion to further amend the community development capital budget. Yes. Yeah, okay. Any debate on that?
Your worship, maybe we just, for recording secretary, let me just restate so that we can be assured that we're hearing what council intends. So as I understand it, the motion on the floor would be to amend the 2020, the capital budget, community development capital budget, to reflect the funding source for the municipality's prior commitment of 300,000 as either debenture or reserves. Is that what
That is correct.
That's what I heard. That was the intent. Okay. And I'll just, I certainly have that clear. Okay, great. Thank you.
Is there any debate on that motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And I think Councillor Melnick, you wanted to make a motion that committee direct administration to bring back the community development capital budget as amended.
Thank you. I will make that motion. Exactly what you said.
I knew that's what you wanted. Is there any debate on that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. I think Director Reed, subject to whatever information you're going to give us tomorrow, which will allow us to return to the operating budget. You have completed your task for today. And we thank you for that. I'm going to suggest, again, before we start the next presentation, which is protective and legislative services, that everybody would probably benefit from a bit of a refreshing walkabout. So we will adjourn for another 5 minutes and then reconvene.
Just wanted to say that I'm very grateful that the big ocean covered the big ocean today.
Recording.
All right, welcome back. We are reconvened. I apologize, I caught myself too late 5 minutes ago by saying we were adjourned when we weren't. We were just in recess. And now we're out of recess and back in session. And we will begin this portion with the presentation from Protective and Legislative Services. But again, Mr. Gibbon, if you wish to make any introductory remarks, I'll turn to you first, then you can pass it on to Director Nadon when you're ready.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I really won't. We're at what I think is probably our last service area for the day. Director Nadon will handle the Protective and Legislative Services overview, and I'll turn it over to Director Nadon.
Thank you, CAO Gibbon, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having me. I'm here to present the operating and capital requests for Protective and Legislative Services for 2024. You can see our org chart is up on the screen currently, so that is reflective of the new positions we requested and were successful in implementing last year. So we now have a captain of training and prevention, which was the training portion was previously covered by a contractor, but we now have that position in our ranks. It's functioning quite well. And through that process, we also transferred our admin position in fire to a protective services coordinator, which is helping us out with the fire bylaw and emergency management aspect of things. And also over the course of 2023, we had the communications manager and that function move over to the CAO's office, resulting in the org chart that you see in the documentation, meaning that we have 10 full-time continuous staff in our department. Our operating budget proposal focuses on the bullets that you can see on screen. The first one being emergency services, building maintenance and asset management. We are seeing some challenges with the building and have been sort of consistently finding ourselves investing in repairs. And we're trying to be a bit more proactive about that. So we've taken our budget actuals and our plans and consolidated that and included that in our operating pitch for 2024. So there's quite a focus there. Ongoing fire protection, emergency response and rescue services. Even though there are no substantial changes in that area, the cost of providing the service has increased steadily. And supplies and equipment for the fire department are subject to inflation as everything else is, but we're seeing some large increases there. So that's also included in our operating requirements for next year. One of our proposed increases is in contracted services under emergency management. Members of council who sit on the emergency advisory committee will be familiar with that piece of information. So we now have, we are in compliance with provincial standards, which is something we've been working towards actively for the last 2 years. And we have a need for a business continuity plan as well as a re-entry plan. So the tail end of an evacuation plan is called a re-entry plan. And so we are pitching for additional contracted dollars in emergency services to help us complete those plans and have our full suite of emergency plans completed. In bylaw, stabilizing the workforce and the equipment. So we are not asking for any new positions or making any major changes there, but certainly with over the last few years, taking on new services, including paid parking. Our sidewalk seating program has expanded quite significantly. And just making sure that our staff have the right equipment. We are now, excuse me, I'm running out of breath. I have too much to say. As community peace officers, we have some equipment requirements and sort of bringing our bylaw department to modern day standard with their equipment and the standards that we have to meet provincially. So there's some requests for some more PPE, some uniforms, items like that are a few of our cost drivers for 2024, but that is to maintain our service levels and to keep our staff safe is why those requests are there. Storage lots and business licensing improvements have been items that we've brought forward to council and discussed in this format previously. So that's some of the projects that we have going into 2024 and having the operating dollars to go with it. And then generally speaking, that last point, shore up departmental practices, procedures, and organizational development. I think that's true in all areas of our department, including legislative services, which is one of the bullets that is sort of not directly addressed in that slide. But over the last 2 years, we've had our team is relatively new, from our fire chief to our ledge coordinator to myself in the position. So it does feel like we're heading into a year where we can actually get into detail into our programs and improve things, write up procedures. And it's an exciting time for our department to be able to do that. And next slide, please. So this is the overview of our operating budget. Items of note here, our department is not requesting any new positions in 2024. The biggest change, which makes the data a bit hard to compare year over year, is that paid parking is back to its own separate area. So we began with paid parking on its own. Then in 2023, we integrated it with bylaw. And in 2024, we're putting it back to its own item. The dollars are so significant, and how the revenue is distributed in other areas of the municipality just makes it a lot easier to understand and track where things are going. Except for this year, when you look at 2023 over 2024, it's a bit more difficult to make those relationships because it was in bylaw and now it's back to being separate. And in terms of new positions, and like I said, sort of shoring up our practices and staffing up accordingly for our new programs, including paid parking, we are looking at bringing back a summer position for 2025 that would focus on paid parking compliance. So more so a parking ambassador, if you will, so a seasonal position to help us with that program. And then on the capital front, we are doing quite well with our projects in 2023. We don't anticipate we will have very many carry forwards. And items of note in 2024 being the aerial truck replacement. So that's a big item that is spread over 2 years. So you see $1,100,000 in each year for a total of 2.2. And then probably the other most significant item is the residential space. You see it broken down in 2 items here. So redesign being construction drawings for $38,000. And then the residential space construction itself is spread over 2 years for a total of $425,000. I'm happy to provide more explanations on those items, but I think I will wait for council questions perhaps. Also in that capital budget proposal are structural protection wetlands. So you see that one of the last items for $150,000. Although the funding source is identified as restricted reserves as it is, that 150 is revenue that we generated through our wildland urban interface deployments in Yellowhead County and Edson this summer. So additional revenue that we did not anticipate, and that is mostly for our equipment. Our staff wages and expenditures have all been covered, and 150 is about what we have left from those deployments. So we are proposing to reinvest those dollars into structural protection. Wetlands would be equipment that would stay here in Jasper, so not equipment that would get deployed to other communities. And essentially it would support our wildfire tactical plan, which is going to be completed in 2023. So essentially buying the gear we need so we can implement that plan when the time comes. And wetline is essentially lines that would be set up on the bench side to protect the town in the event of a wildfire that would come in. So it is restricted reserves because that's where our surplus revenue will end up, but we are asking for that money to be dedicated to our wildland urban interface protection system. Another item of note in capital is under bylaw, we have a new fleet request. So we've been deferring some fleet replacements over the last few years. Vehicles were technically slated to be replaced, but we felt like we could still get some service life out of them, so we kept them. And so the request is for a 3rd vehicle, so we currently have 2. And the price tag associated with it is also due to the fact that it would be equipped with adequate animal control equipment. So we sometimes respond to calls for vicious dogs or dangerous animals, and we currently don't have the appropriate equipment to handle those pets safely. So part of the price tag for that unit includes all that equipment. And look into the future, and you will see that is why our proposal was modified after the first publication, is that in 2025, we are pitching for moving traffic violation equipment. So that would be to start enforcing provincial traffic laws, including speed limits in town could be something that we could do. And so our new vehicle would be the one that we would later on is subject to more discussion. That would be a change in scope and service, so would have to be supported by council in different ways. But the addition of that equipment to our new fleet vehicle is kind of where we're going with this. That's the highlights that I had to provide. I guess storage lots improvements is another. So that was a direct request from council. So when we discussed parking in S block, there were a few different directives there, including renewing our leases with Parks Canada, which is in process and almost complete. And so there's some dollars in there for grading, fencing, proper curb marks, stall identification is the item you see there. And then I see Mr. Gibbon has a community plan item which he can speak to.
Yeah, thanks very much, Director Nadal. So the last item there is under the legislative services area, because it would be really a council item. Maybe it could have fit in any of the service areas. But this is an update to the 2011 Community Sustainability Plan, or the Community Plan. This is a joint document with Parks Canada. The $75,000 reflects an estimate of approximately half of the cost of developing that plan. We would see that as a multi-year project that we would undertake in collaboration with Parks Canada. So a lot like master planning documents. And you'll see the transportation master plan document in the operations side. But the intent here is for the municipality to have some dollars available so that we can participate with Parks Canada in a collaborative initiative to update that plan, which is now over a decade old and really doesn't reflect the on the ground reality of it, where the community wishes to be. And the ability of the municipality to participate in that planning exercise would be to set the stage for land use planning and development for the town site and the municipality over the next decade or so.
I feel like I may have rushed through my presentation a little bit, but this is the information I wanted to bring forward. Happy to take any questions, give you more detail on any of the ins and outs that were presented, and thank you.
Thank you, Director Nadon and CAO Given. Let's go back to the operating budget to begin. Are there questions from council relating to the operating budget? Councillor Pellegrini.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, to Ms. Nadon. And I think I know the answer, but on the transfers to reserves, is that the parking money that is being transferred in for 24, 25 and 26, because we went from 37,960, 62, 768, 781. Internal transfers.
Mayor, Councillor Pellegrini, may I ask you specifically for which page you're looking at? So under segmented disorder?
It's 38 in this booklet. It's revenue and expenses, so you have.
Yes, so, and I will welcome assistance from Director Malinchak and CEO Given on these ones, but yes. So I believe the transfer from reserves, so in 2023, there was a built-in allocation from the paid parking revenue was actually transferred to bylaw in the amount of $170,000. So there was a, that was funding the bylaw department essentially. And that is no longer the case in 2024. Having that said, paid parking is now a separate budget item, and there is an allocation for wages and benefits that total approximately $50,000 for bylaw. So we've put a, you may not be able to see that level of detail in the documents you have, but there's, so in the paid parking item, we did take into account that it should cover for some of the bylaw wages. It is not by any means a comprehensive or probably very accurate representation, but we thought we would start there and refine that numbers in coming years. So 170 is no longer subsidized, but there is a 50 that is coming from paid parking. And then in terms of internal transfers, I do believe that that's a representation of the amounts that are going to community development to pay for the ventures, for example, and at some point, I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for Mr. Given to speak to how the paid parking funding has been applied. But yes, it flows through our department, and those large amounts is definitely what that represents.
Thank you. Can I ask you another question? Can you describe what the contracted services are?
Thank you for the question. I can say that one of the increases in contracted services we are asking for, which I sort of touched on, but more specifically in emergency management, we are asking for $20,000 in contracted services. So we already had an amount in there, but we're asking for $20,000 extra, and that is for the completion of those two specific emergency management plans. So we discussed with the Emergency Advisory Committee whether staffing or contracted dollars would be best to get us to that position, and we did land on contracted services. We have an inclination that in the future, we might ask you to transform those dollars into staffing dollars, but the increase currently there is for $20,000. I can also say that in the fire area, we have asked for an increase in approximately $18,000 in building maintenance and repairs, and that is contractors. So part of that is our annual allocations for things like the fire hall has all kinds of interesting things like an elevator and sprinkler systems and systems that needs inspected and maintained annually. In addition to, as you know, we've been dealing with the hose tower leaking and a few other items. So yes, another 18K for building maintenance and repairs. And then I believe contracted services, there is some paid parking items there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Director Nadon's tick them all off, 100% correct. You'll see that year over year, the contracted service is actually declining somewhat. And I think that that's a reflection of the addition of that captain of training and prevention. So we no longer have that contract, which I think was in the area of $50,000 in 2023. So we no longer have that. As Director Nadon referenced, in the paid parking service area, there are also contracted services, which is our mobile provider, and then there are also bank fees that are in that line. So we pay for hotspot, and they have a portion of the revenue, and then we also have bank processing fees that are in that area as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you for your attentiveness to the screen. First of all, I just want to thank Director Nadon for a great presentation. I thought that was pretty concise and detailed enough. I think where I want to go is just to get some clarification, Your Worship, through Director Nadon. 845,000, that's the number that we brought in this year just from the visitor paid parking portion of revenue, correct? Is that the number?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Demota, Director Melanchak.
Sorry.
So moving the paid parking to its own area in revenue is what you're looking at. Yes, so we're just moving the paid parking portion to its own area, which is then the next line below is stated as $1 million. So it's actually increasing year over year over that 845.
Okay. So we don't have the 2023 number of what we've brought in yet, exactly?
Your Worship, Your Worship, through to Councillor Demota, we do have some figures, but it is not completely finalized. We're still waiting for some revenue from October. So we should probably have that by December, early January, I'm hoping.
Well, for me, because we're looking at the $1 million numbers going forward, I'm just wondering what justifies that. If you're anticipating an increase from actual usage or for a fee increase. So I think that's where I'm going with the request on the number, because council did receive some preliminary information on the changes, and I had that number 845 circled. So that's where I was leaving that. So I apologize. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to work with the numbers.
I thank you for that question. I can confirm that we have some preliminary numbers that gives us indication that we are going to be over our projected budget revenue for 2023. And therefore, the number represented in the budget is not due to increases in a fee structure. It is due to the statistics that we have now in place.
Okay, and if I may, one further question. Just expanding on that, and it's just because paid parking is a big topic in the community. I was just wondering, as far as the budget goes, I know that Director had given some background on, what the potential for the distribution on that is. I'm just wondering, have there been some automatic assumptions or commitments that we made last year that automatically focus some of the revenues on there, or is the entire amount that has been collected, at least thus far, within council's purview to administer?
May I ask, are you speaking to the 2023 collection of revenue or what we plan on for the 2024 revenue?
Well, I guess for the surplus of the if there is a surplus, sorry, the assumed surplus from 2023, and then what would be going forward for 2024?
Right, so that would be, if we're looking at a surplus for 2023, that would come back to council for decision on a transfer to reserves, then further decisions could be made from the reserve. And then for what the plan is in 2024, we have allocated within the budget from visitor parking partial amounts to cover the debenture in community development and a partial amount to cover some of the transit costs in operations. So the plan within the context of the budget is 146 through to 1,000 through to transit, and then it was
Director Melanchuk, I have it at hand.
okay, and then the other number to community development. That
Yeah, I appreciate exactly what Councillor DeVoe is saying. Obviously, visitor paid parking is a big focus for the community and is a large revenue source for us. And so happy to report on exactly how administration is proposing to utilize that revenue. And so it breaks out this way. We have a contribution to community development to offset the debenture payments in the amount of $577,000. I referenced that before when Director Reed was making his presentation. We have a contribution to transit operational support of $146,500. We have the contract costs and bank fees of $105,000. We have a contribution to the parking reserve fund of $100,000. So that's a transfer to reserves. We have a contribution to salaries and benefits in the bylaw area that Director Nadon spoke to in the amount of $50,500. Then we have smaller amounts for maintenance support, which is really the installation in the operations department who put up the signs at the start of the season and take them down at the end of the season. And then that's 15,000, and then a small amount for materials, signs that need replaced and nuts and bolts, literally sometimes in the amount of $5,000. So that's how the expenditure of the $1 million in revenue is expected to break down.
Or requested to, anyway. Sorry. Okay, I guess that answers my question. Thank you for the breakdown. So the 577 again, could you just, so I can write that down? I just have scribbles here.
Yeah, so the $577,000 is a contribution to community development to offset debenture payments. We have it split across each of the facilities that have debentures associated with them. It's $192,000 for each of the arena, the activity center, and the fitness and aquatic center. So 192 times 3 is 577. And the way that that's applied means that property taxes don't have to pay that debenture cost. If the revenue from paid parking is applied in some other way, then property taxes would have to pay that $577,000 in added debenture costs.
That's good. No, I appreciate that. And, that's the sales, that's the pitch. Okay. Thank you for that information, and I appreciate the repetition there. I just didn't have it written down properly. Thank you.
Mr. Given, could I get you to repeat the rest of those numbers? So 577, there was 100,000 for reserves. What was the rest?
Your worship, just to save you having to write it, there was a document that was emailed to council with notes on each of the items that breaks this down. But But again, appreciating that the members of the public that are watching don't have the benefit of that information the council has. So 577 was the contribution to offset the venture payments. 146.5 was the contribution to transit operations. 105,000 is really the contract and bank fees associated with the paid parking program. 100,000 is a transfer to the parking reserve. 50,500 supports salaries and benefits in the bylaw department who administer the program. 15,000 supports the operations department who roll out the signs and the hardware each year, and that's an ongoing cost. And 5,000 is a smaller amount that we have in that service area for materials as needed.
Thank you for that important information, I think, for the public. I have a question for Ms. Nadon. Somewhere, I'm thinking in your operating budget is a contribution to the Jasper Volunteer Fire Brigade. We pay them an honorarium or a stipend or some amount. Where will I find that in the budget?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Ireland. Director Malinchak informs me that this shows under contracted services.
And so the contracted services are in fact reducing by $50,000 from last year. But there's no diminishment in that particular portion, I presume. So could you explain again that the diminishment of the contracted services by that amount, 2024 over 2023?
As Mr. Gibbon indicated, I think that's largely due to the fact that prior to having our captain of training and prevention, that services was contracted out to a volunteer on the brigade, essentially.
Right.
And there is a small increase in the honorariums for the brigade, and we are in the last year of that agreement, I believe, so we'll have to renew it. But so the brigade honorariums are increasing, but not by anything significant, really. So that changes from the contracted services for training.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify that that is contracted services, and the volunteer fire brigade is contracted to protect our community. It's paid through protective and legislative services. Thank you for that. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question directed to either Director Nadon or Director Malinchak. We contracted out or we sent some of our fire department staff and equipment to assist in other communities. And is that revenue reflected in the 2023 numbers here? Or how is that revenue reflected since it would have been the first time we did that, I think?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Melnick. So that was a source of revenue that we didn't plan for. So we didn't have any line item in our 2023 budget to accommodate it, which we created those codes with Director Malinchak when the dollars came in. And like I said, the wages, we pretty much just transferred to the people that were deployed. So there was a wages compensation, but then our equipment itself. So we get a provincial rate for each truck, for each trailer with structural protection equipment. We also deployed Engine 2 at one point to Edson. So there was a rate for that. And so that would show as, what's the word I look at? Excess revenue in our 2023 budget, which if it remains unallocated, it just goes to reserves at the end of the year, is how the process goes.
Yeah.
Surplus is the word I was looking for.
So so those amounts, as Director Nadon said, we weren't budgeting for those. They were unexpected revenue, which after the audit, sort of confirms the final year-end position of the municipality. Any unexpected revenue will be rolled up together and will come to council for decision on how to allocate that. We do have a policy that guides how surplus monies are supposed to be used, but that ultimately is a council decision.
And thank you for that. And just further to that, so we're not actually budgeting for that revenue to come in the future, or is that sales to other government line? Is that a line that was added for 2024 in anticipation that we may be deploying people?
Yes, that is correct. So on the basis of what we saw this summer, and also this is a bit of a new line of service that we got into, as in we now have our firefighters trained, we have the equipment. We weren't in a position to have that equipment getting deployed before because we weren't compliant with provincial standards. Having that said, who knows what the summer 2024 may bring. So we saw quite large amounts of revenue in 2023. We put $70,000 as our projected revenue for wildland urban interface deployment recoveries in 2024. And then we've added the associated expenses in the same amount. So it's kind of an in and out for salaries and benefits and materials, goods and supplies in the expense. So it is a line of service that our department would like to be more proactive and get involved in for various different reasons. One, it helps our neighbors. Two, it builds our own knowledge and experience of our crews using the equipment. So when we do have an incident in Jasper, there's lots of learning that comes from those deployments. And then I guess if the revenues are not collected, then those wages are not going to be expended either, right? So it's we built it in the budget so we can accommodate it, but there's a bit of an unknown there. Based on the facts I just described.
Great, thank you very much for that. And if I may, Your Worship, I do have a few more questions. We do have the line for visitor paid parking, which I understand is purely visitor paid parking. But again, either through Director Malinchuk or Director Nadon, with our other sources of parking revenue, the storage lots and sidewalk seating, payments in lieu of parking stalls and S block, where are those revenues reflected in the budget?
Mayor Island, through the Councillor Melnick, all of the items you've just described, except parking allowances for development, go into the bylaw budget. So as part of the bylaw enforcement services line item, we do have sidewalk seating, S block parking, and storage lots show up under bylaw. And Director Malinchuk, could you answer the other part? No.
Sorry, I might need the second part repeated.
Maybe I can assist. So of the parking related items, visitor paid parking, as you identified, Director Melnick, is in its own service areas. That one's clear. All of the others, aside from the payments in lieu of parking, which we don't budget an amount for payments in lieu of parking, so it doesn't show up in the budget anywhere. It is because it is so infrequent that it happens. All of the other ones, including sidewalk seating revenue, and all of the other parking revenues from S-block parking or the storage lots, those are all reflected as revenues in the bylaw area. We can report that based on the 2023 results and what we saw for the sidewalk seating, I'll just use that, the sidewalk seating program and the payments for space that's used in the parking, we are forecasting an increase of approximately $10,000 in revenue in that area. That's just based on the actuals that we saw this year. Many of the permits that we issued were from multiple years, and so we can feel pretty confident that the amount that we got this year is going to be the same as the amount that we get next year, unless somebody that had a permit and could have done it next year decides that they don't want to, which is possible. But we have a high level of confidence that we can budget for that increase of about $10,000. Again, that is not reflecting an increase in the rate per se, it's just reflecting the actuals that we saw through the summer.
And my last question will relate back to capital. I see that we had we did pick up some vehicles, and we made a decision that those would be regular vehicles, not electric. Probably for purposes of being out in the could be out for deployment, anything like 10 to 12 hours, and you need the reliability of being able to gas up the vehicle. I see we had the e-ticketing. Was that the equipment needed by the bylaw officers, or is that the actual kiosks? And the reason I ask is that again, to paid parking, do we need to add any more kiosks for next year?
Mayor Ireland, through the Councillor Melnick, the e-ticketing is separate from paid parking. It is the ability for officers in the field to be able to type in information, access the database was a big feature that we were looking for, and then print the tickets as opposed to inputting them manually. And so from the checking the files associated with a certain individual or vehicle, which for officer safety is a pretty big item, all the way through submitting provincial tickets to the province directly in electronic format is really a big efficiency for our department. And that's what the $25,000 was in 2023, and that project is complete. Will not be a carry forward. Any additional payment kiosks have for paid parking traditionally showed up in operations, and I don't believe we have budgeted for any in 2024.
Yes, if I could add to that, we did not see the need to add any this year due to the locations seem to have worked out this year. And we didn't have any significant amount of complaints that we needed anymore. So, and they're definitely being used significantly less than the tab and the apps.
Thank you for that, and appreciate the answers. And with that, I am concluding my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I think in one of the responses from Mr. Given, there was reference to revenue generated from curbside seating that goes into bylaw, correct? It's separate from paid parking, but there is an amount that those businesses pay either for the walk around or for the seats in the curb lane. Is the revenue part of the budget predicated on a continuation of this year's fee structure? Or had we previously had an increasing fee that will take effect? It lost in my mind a clear recollection of where we were at, but I thought we had a fee structure that increased over a number of years. And I'm just wondering whether that's been factored in, or have we already hit the high point? And if that's the case, once we have the actual revenue from paid parking, will that come back to council to consider again whether we are charging proper value for use of parking spots?
I can answer that question, Mayor Ireland. So those fees were set in our commercial use of public space bylaw. And in 2022, council made a decision in 2022 to discount the fee by 50%. So the actual fee is $1,650 per stall, which in 2022 was discounted. And in 2023, so this year was the first year where we charged the full cost of the stall. And so we have seen full revenue based on that fee this year. And as Director Malinchak, I think, outlined, we did increase, we were anticipating that will be approximately $10,000 over our projection in terms of revenue. So from $65,000 to $75,000 annually is what that program is generating. And I think Mr. Given outlined that we've issued a number of 5-year permits. So unless someone decides that they've been approved, but they no longer want to continue with the initiative, we have some level of certainty that this revenue will continue to materialize for the next 4 years anyway. So we are at the full fee that council has set. And we're pretty confident in that number because we receive the money when the sidewalk seating installations are set up. So we're not gonna get more payments from businesses between now and year end, right? So that's where we're at. So there's a potential if council wanted to change the fee, it could change that revenue, but we're pretty confident in that projection otherwise.
I think that gets me where I was looking to go. So the revenue projection is based on a continuation of the fee that we now have. And when we get numbers, we can, if council chooses, look at the actual value of a stall and we see what revenue they generate as a parking stall and what we charge for non-parking use of the same space.
Yes, your worship, that's correct. And maybe look at my team here. We have, I think, a sense that the amount that we're charging businesses for use of the parking stalls is generally appropriate and in line with what they could generate. Like, we don't see a big discrepancy. I know that was the question is, would it earn more money if it was paid parking space? Is essentially sort of the essence of the question. And I think we're pretty confident now that that's not the case, that the 1650 is generally pretty appropriate. I don't know, Natasha, if I'm off base there, but I feel like we've had that conversation even if we're briefly.
I would follow up on that one to say that looking at the preliminary numbers for revenue for paid parking in 2023, the situation in 2023 was quite different than in 2022. And I'd be curious to do the math and crunch those numbers. So we will return to council with a program wrap up for the season for paid parking for 2023. And you'll have the opportunity to give us direction on different changes you might like to make, whether it's to the zones, the rates, or anything else. And then certainly the sidewalk seating fee could be modified at that time if council wishes to do so.
Thank you for that. I had a couple of questions with respect to the capital budget. In these sheets, that not on my electronic agenda. The second, I think, of the capital budget sheets shows fleet replacement in 2025 of $90,000. And then fleet replacement, a line below, sometime after 2025, but I can't find anywhere where it appears up to 2028. I'm just wondering whether there's another fleet replacement actually contemplated, or what that line is doing there with no amount in any year.
Your worship, I think the answer to that, and I apologize if there's any confusion based on the versions of the documents, but that should be 95,000 in 2028.
Okay.
And so we currently have 2 bylaw vehicles. So and that's the last 2 fleet replacement would be when those vehicles come due, right? So for 2024, we're asking for a 3rd vehicle, a new vehicle, and then those fleet replacements would be scheduled as per those documents. So the print copy that you received last week should show that number in 2028, but there's a potential that it might have been missed in another document.
Yes, it does.
Again, same page of today's document, which seems to have captured my attention today. It was the document given to me today. There is, for 2025, moving traffic violation equipment. You spoke about that a little bit. That would allow our officers to enforce moving violations. Is there a new revenue stream associated with that capital expenditure? And what might that be?
Thank you for the question. that is an area that our manager of licensing and enforcement, Mr. Jones, and myself are interested in exploring. And so we haven't completed our homework yet in terms of revenue generation, but certainly issuing provincial tickets for the Traffic Safety Act is something that our officers who are now CPO1s could do. We would need to change our designation and get support from council, but certainly there's revenue attached to that. I can't speak to specifically what that would look like, but over the course of 2024, we would like to start building that business case. And for a variety of different reasons, community safety probably being the first one. So in terms of enforcement for speed limits, for example, it's something that we recognize would be beneficial if we had more presence out there, which our own staff could do if we got the right equipment and the right designations. But also in terms of staff retention, would be another important aspect. The fact that we don't do moving traffic violations makes us an employer that is a bit less favored, I guess, from peace officers who could be gaining that valuable work experience somewhere else. It's a highly competitive work environment to recruit for those positions. And we feel like overall for our department, it'd be the direction we'd like to move into. So I don't have an answer for revenue, but definitely it would come with. So which amounts of those provincial tickets we would get to keep within the municipality is one of the questions we'd like to answer before we ask for that equipment. So that's why it's slated there in 2025 as a possibility, but it's not something that be implemented in 2024. It's something we would research and come back to council and engage in those discussions.
Right. Well, I look forward to that. As I understand, when we were fully funded as a community under 5,000 for policing, as a municipality, we could not collect fines from provincially based tickets. That is one of the reasons we never considered photo radar, for example. But now that we are paying for some portion of the policing, are we better able, or do we have some possibility of collecting fine revenue on provincial tickets?
Your worship, I think the difference here is in who issues the ticket. And so in the past, our bylaw were not authorized, actually, and still are not authorized to issue moving violations or provincial tickets. They're trained to a level that would allow them to if council chooses to grant them that authority. And that's the discussion that Director Nadon is referencing. And so in the past, it was only the RCMP that could issue those tickets. And the municipality is still not in a position, even though we're now paying for some portion of our RCMP service, to recoup any of the costs. So we're under that provincial program, a ticket issued by the RCMP, we do not get to receive any revenue from that ticket. I think part of the research that Director Don would do and around the revenue side would be, well, what if our bylaw officers issue a ticket under provincial offense? Is the municipality then entitled to some of the revenue? I don't know the answer to that. So, but that is the type of analysis that Director Nadon is proposing would happen in 2024. And that's why the equipment, we're saying, we're going to do this analysis, just heads up. If it turns out that that makes a good decision, then we may be asking for that equipment in the future.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Any other question, Councillor Melnick? I've lost again, Councillor Demota. There he is. There he is. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to go to council reporter first?
If you're content with that, go ahead, Councillor Demota.
Sure. I was trying to get in a little earlier, so sorry if I'm backtracking there, and it wasn't anybody's fault. It was just how the discussion went. Just going back to the costs that is associated per stall for paid parking, that $1,600 number, I think was based on what a stall could bring in if it was fully maximized from the beginning of May to the end of October at one point. That's because we didn't have a number to go off of. And I think now we're going into, a third season, even though we've got a number on what a stall was worth before, now we will have new numbers. And unfortunately, we'll be making some decisions ahead of getting that information. So I am too curious to see what an actual street parking stall would be worth and are we charging accordingly, or are we charging too much? So if there's the idea or the sentiment that we might be on par with what that projection is, then that's pretty cool. I guess the other thing too, I just want to make this comment, and I don't know if other counselors hear this at all, but within my circle of influence anyway, or even outside of that, sometimes people ask me, like, why does the municipality have so many brand new vehicles? And I say, well, not all of them are brand new, and when you take care of a vehicle, it looks good for a long time. And I said, we're not going to go, the municipality, because we're in an international destination, isn't going to go and put rusted out vehicles in the face of the public, because you do want to look polished. And I'm sorry if that's a play on words, but at the same time, now every time that there's an ask for one of those vehicles that will be seen up front, I want to be able to justify it. So again, I understand that we have domestic animal issues and things like that. Is there an opportunity through your worship to administration on partnering up with Parks Canada, for an example, to deal with those? Because instead of like duplicating some of the equipment that's already in the community, like we do for them with other things, if they're equipped, is there a way that we can work in partnership with Parks Canada and maybe using some of their animal controls when we have to deal with them in the community?
Mayor Hyland, through to Councillor Demota, specifically in the realm of domestic animal control, I don't know that there is that opportunity with Parks Canada. My understanding is that they mostly deal with wildlife, not necessarily with pets. But having that said, I could be under the wrong impression how they respond to those types of calls in the park. Yeah, so I mean, we can certainly ask, and yeah, I'll answer that specifically.
Yeah, I think the reason I was going there, because it would have to be, if we did mention, it was mentioned that that there are situations where there might be a wild animal that need to be tended to within the municipality. So I think if you're right sizing a vehicle for that, Parks Canada's already got a vehicle that, or vehicles that can handle animals. I wasn't particularly saying pets or anything like that. However, I just, again, just making things justifiable.
Thanks for that clarification, Councillor Demota. And I think vicious animals are like, it's defined as a vicious dog under our bylaw, or an aggressive domestic animal might be where you may have understood that as wildlife. And it's actually, it is an item where those animals in town and what is a domestic animal and what is not. Our domestic animal bylaw does need work on definitions. You may remember a potbelly pig incident and more recently a peacock incident. And there was a conversation between the municipality and parks as to, is this a domestic animal or is this a wild animal, and who is best suited to respond and what kind of equipment do you need? But certainly I can say that our crew had to deal with an aggressive dog this year and didn't have the proper equipment, and it caused us quite the occupational health and safety concern, as in our bylaw does mandate us to provide the service. We charge fees accordingly, and we just don't have the equipment to respond to those calls. And then, as you can imagine, in a first response kind of situation, even if Parks has the equipment, but the equipment is not readily available, then we're kind of in a situation where we can't deal with the situation at hand, right? So that domestic animal handling piece is a part of the fleet request. I mean, that's not the driving cost, but it is why you're seeing that number so high. Like, why does a vehicle cost $85,000? It's a first responder vehicle with specialized equipment as part of it. So it's almost like a command truck for the fire department is what those vehicles are starting to look like. We need one of those right now. To your point about the fleet and our replacements, we've already stretched. The Interceptor is the SUV that the bylaw department has, was slated to be replaced about 2 years ago. And we decided internally, operationally, that it was still suitable to operate, so we kept it. So we are mindful of that public perception of brand new vehicles. They don't get a lot of mileage, but they do need to be well functioning and functioning safely for our staff, specifically for the bylaw crew.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just playing devil's advocate because I know the questions are coming, and I'm just used to the ones that have been asked. So again, I can't speak for the rest of council, but I'm sure some people have heard those questions before. I think that's it. And again, like, I really appreciate the initial delivery, and yeah, thank you.
Are there any further questions related to the operating budget or the 5-year capital budget for protective and legislative services? Councillor Kilgore.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, for you to Mr. Don. Just on the vehicle, do you look at lease backs or lease vehicles or second-hand vehicles that are in good shape?
Mayor Ireland, through to Councillor Kelleher MP. All of our fleet purchases do work through our operations department. So our asset manager, Mr. Hutton, has usually sort of contract set up or preferential pricing, or we follow our procurement guidelines, of course. So we do get good pricing that way. In this case, like I said, for the fire and the bylaw vehicles, there's a bit more of a technical requirement, which usually ends up being we buy a base vehicle and then we add the equipment that we need to make it a fire truck or a bylaw truck. So they're a bit more of a specialized nature than trucks used in operations, generally speaking. I mean, with the exception of utilities, and they have specialized ones as well. So I don't know that for bylaw and fire, it's a real possibility to go used. Or if that's the case, we'll just hold on to our current fleet vehicles for longer is kind of our strategy at this stage.
Thank you for that. I have one more question. Can you give me an update on the residential space redesign and the residential space construction? The capital budget.
I absolutely can. Thank you for asking. Yes, so that is one of the more major capital projects that is presented for 2024. So as I've described briefly earlier, there are two different items which are related. So the residential space redesign for $38,000, that is the cost for detailed construction drawings. So we could then take those and go to tender and contract out the project. And then the total cost for that residential space construction spread over 2 years is earmarked at $425,000. So we have $140 in 2024, and we anticipate the construction would continue into 2025. So that's why you're seeing it split out that way. And essentially, there are two quite large residential suites upstairs at the fire hall. And the largest one, we've had some conceptual drawings drawn up, and this estimate that you see in the budget is actually a Class D estimate, so square footage based on the conceptual drawing. And one of the two residential suites could be turned from a 2-bedroom unit to a 4-bedroom unit within its existing footprint without any changes to the exterior envelope of the building. So all the windows and the doors and all the more expensive items do not need to be modified. Yeah, so that would essentially bring us in line with on-site accommodation for first responders who are on duty that would get their own individual rooms. So that is the suite that is currently leased to Associated Ambulance. And they do run into situations where they have more than 2 staff members that stay there. And then you're asking professional adults to share a room, essentially, which is not exactly meeting their needs. But also just generally speaking, for fire stations, smaller bedrooms, private bedrooms are more the norm. So whether that space continues to be leased to Associated Ambulance, which is very much our plan, or in the future, if our needs change and we need to put firefighters in there or any other type of first responders, Chief Conte and I feel like that's the most efficient and effective use of the building. And so the plan there, we've already had conversations with Associated Ambulance, is that if the project moves forward, we would reassign their lease to the other residential suite. So they would get to maintain their 2 units at the fire hall while construction takes place in the other suite. And then once it's complete, they would return to the newly renovated 4-bedroom unit, which would then allow us to have a look at the other residential suite and what we could do with it. So we know that we have a need for protective services to use the space, namely for an emergency coordination center. But that's also what would happen with that suite is part of the work that a project that CAO Given is leading with Reimagine Architects. So the space needs analysis, that is a municipally wide project. So we would get them to help us with what to do with the other one. But yeah, so it's to meet the current needs of the ambulance service, but we also think that for the fire hall, generally speaking, it's the right move. The cost is high. Renovating a fire hall is way more costly than renovating a residential property, was my conversation with architects that were engaged in the project. So multiple use, it's a fire hall, it's offices, it's residential. There's all kinds of systems and code and it's, I'm afraid the cost of doing business is reflected in the proposal.
Thank you for that.
Just following up on that question from Councillor Keller-Rampe. Do you know how many square feet is in that current unit that is leased to Associated Ambulance?
I don't have the precise figure, but it's something like 1,700 square feet or something like that. It is quite significant. And like I said, it could be redeveloped into a 4-bedroom unit that meets the minimum bedroom size set by Parks Canada in policy. So that's also we would have to get approvals and permits, but it is compliant with local land use regs.
Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Dolan regarding either the protective and legislative services operating or capital budgets? If there are no further questions, I would be quite prepared to accept some motions with respect to the presentation. Councillor Demota.
I just wonder if there's a desire from anyone on council to, if we're going to look at, I know I'm jumping ahead maybe here to the capital, is to move the new fleet vehicle into unfunded until we get some further information on that. Or does council feel like you have enough from the delivery there? Again, I'm talking about accountability and justification.
And you're asking about the $85,000 capital line item budget in 2024 for fleet new. That's the one you're talking about?
That is correct, yes. I appreciate you clarifying.
Go ahead, Mr. Given.
Your worship, if I may, this might be a bit like some of the other situations. Certainly, if there's additional information the council would like to have, we can absolutely call it up. I believe most of the capital items would have had a capital request form. We can call that up. But we may be able to answer this a little bit more directly here at the table. Appreciate the desire to see if there's an opportunity to maximize the use of public resources by sharing where possible with Parks Canada if we have similar needs. I think what Director Nadon was relating is that the needs of Parks Canada when they deal with animals, they deal with different type of animals in a different context. And I don't know, and subject to confirmation, this is certainly something we could make a call and check. I don't know that they have vehicles that would allow an animal to be placed inside the vehicle for transportation. I think most of the animals that, the human wildlife coexistence resource or staff members that for Parks Canada typically work in open box trucks because they're not generally transporting the animals that they come in contact with.
Sorry, can I say time? Yeah, if that's fine, I was okay with the answer that Ms. Nadone gave. So, I mean, regardless of that aspect of it, I think the biggest frustration that people see is that an $85,000 truck, and then they're going to go for what? How many times do we have to go and rescue a dog or deal with a vicious animal? All those types of things. So, what is $85,000 for a new vehicle justify? And the reason I'm asking is because there's a lot of people that can't afford a $5,000 vehicle in the community. They see that and it's in their face and they get upset. I'm just telling you what I hear and what I see. So I'm just asking for some justification on that. Verbal dissertation from administration is one thing, but having the material to justify why we're doing it, whether it's like we are required by law or by some type of standard that this vehicle has to be replaced, or we just don't have, like, I would like to see everything there. So aside from the domestic animal or the wild animal, that stuff, I was just asking the question if there was an opportunity there and if it was explored. If that's not a desire to have in the information details, then that's fine. I'm not using that as my position as a yes or no, whether I want to support it or not. It's one of those things that it's a hot button item and I need to address it. Sorry if I'm coming across as cranky or whatever. I'm just finding a difficult time in expressing myself. So there's no anger there. I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Certainly, council could direct administration to amend the capital plan to indicate that funding for the new fleet vehicle for 2024 is to be marked as unfunded. We could do that. We just need a motion. And then a majority vote. But you're welcome to do that. And I understand the argument. And just for clarity, if council was to, we won't today, the most we would do is direct administration to bring this forward as presented, which would indicate that $85,000 expenditure to come from restricted reserves. Is it the position of administration that if council approved that, they would have authority to go purchase that vehicle without any need to come back to council? As long as it was within that budget.
Mayor Arlen,
Sorry.
if I understand the question correctly, if it stays in the capital budget and it is assigned as restricted reserves, once the capital plan is approved in its entirety, then yes, starting January 1st, we would have the authority to go and buy that vehicle.
So what I'm hearing from Councillor Demota is that before he is comfortable authorizing that, he would like to have more details of need or that wasn't the word that you used, but a word similar to that. Justification, I think, was the word that you used. So, and that's fair. But in order for council to deal with it, or committee to deal with it, we would need a motion to direct administration to alter the capital budget for protective and legislative services. And if it became unfunded, then doesn't matter that it's in there. They have no funds to make that purchase, so they would have to come back to council at some point to get funding.
Yeah, and it could come forward to when we make the decision. So I think I was just trying to get some consensus on the desire here, because if I'm going to be the stick in the mud, then I don't And I don't want to waste everyone's time. But if we want to go through the process, I don't have a problem doing it.
Mr. Given, you had your hand up?
Well, Your Worship, I was just going to make the observation that this is probably very similar to the finance administration capital area. There was the carpool item where our council, by motion, directed administration bring forward additional information with respect to that capital item. Absolutely no problem. So somebody put the motion on the table of direct administration bring forward additional information related to the bylaw fleet vehicle new scheduled for 2024. Administration would gather the information, come forward at, tomorrow, presumably, so that you could have that, or at least before council. So that item in the finance and administration area, I don't believe council changed the funding source. They basically said, okay, we're willing to accept this capital budget for now, but we expect to see additional information on this capital item before we approve the budget, finally. And so if somebody wanted to make a motion directing administration bring forward additional background on this particular capital item, line item, the fleet new for 2024, council can give that direction just like you did in the finance and administration area.
Well, I appreciate the direction. I think keeping everything even, that would be the wisest thing to do. So I guess I'll make a motion that committee direct administration, or actually that, the committee direct administration to bring back the capital 5-year capital protective and legislative services budget forward to council for consideration with more information on the justification for the addition of the $85,000 from reserves for the fleet vehicle. Does that make sense?
Made sense to me. I think it's two motions in one. It is for administration to bring back information to justify the new fleet vehicle for 2024 in the amount of $85,000, and then in addition, combining there was a motion that administration bring back the protective and legislative services budget as presented. I think both are in there. So we got another kick at this with further information on or about December 5th is the end result with additional information. Okay. Administration, you are satisfied with the wording of that motion? Councilors, are you all satisfied with where we landed? We haven't voted yet, but that's the motion. Is there any debate on the motion? Councilor Melnick.
I appreciate where Councilor Demota is coming from. Although I do feel if one of our protective services or if this particular area does feel that they need the vehicle, I would probably vote against this. But I would prefer to see us just approve the capital as it is. But my own opinion.
Thank you. Any other debates on the motion? Councillor Waxer.
I just needed clarification on what Councillor Melnick said.
I would rather see us just vote on the capital. If this is one item, it appears it's a challenge. I believe that our protective services people have done the due diligence or what would be necessary, and just on that principle, I would vote against delaying this, and prefer to see the capital budget approved as presented.
Your worship, if I may.
If you just give me a second, procedurally, I am prepared to accept that statement as a request for division. And we can simply divide the question. It's a two-part motion now. One is to bring back further information with respect to one particular item. We can vote on that. And then the other part of the motion is to have administration bring back the capital budget as presented. So we can easily divide it. I think I heard that in your comments, that request. So I'm prepared to do that. The request of any councillor is sufficient to invoke division. Councillor Calgary, you had something, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Demota.
I was just gonna ask you to speculate.
Okay. Councillor Demota, go ahead.
Oh, nothing, just because we're debating it, Councillor Melnick had mentioned that it would delay the process, and we're not deciding it till December 5th, to my understanding anyway. So the information would have come forward and we would have been making the decision that day regardless. So that's all I was asking for. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to call two questions. The first question is a direction to administration to bring back information to justify the expenditure of a new fleet vehicle in 2024 at a cost of $85,000. That is the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The next motion then is to direct administration to bring back the protective and legislative services capital budget for consideration by council as presented. I'm sorry, the budget as presented. Clear enough? I will call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? I think that was carried without any opposed. There's a bit of a timing delay, but it will come back, and it will come back with some information.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't understand how we got to capital before we did operating, but we didn't. We didn't deal with operating. So we still have before us the proposed operating budget for protective and legislative services for 2024. Is there a motion with respect to that? Councillor Melnick.
I'll make the motion that the committee approve the protective and legislative services 2024 operating budget as presented.
I prevail upon you to use the wording we can use it, direct administration to bring back.
Correct. And that was to direct the committee, direct the administration to bring back we're talking about operating, right?
Yes.
Okay. The committee, give one moment. We got a lot of paper here.
You want to know, direct administration bring forward. It's just the replacement rather than a previous direct administration bring forward.
Protective legislative services budget as presented.
There we go. So I would make the motion that a committee direct administration to bring forward the protective and legislative services 2024 operating budget as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Is there any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Don. Longer than any of us would have guessed, but here we are. It is now after 5 o'clock. We are at agenda item 3.3. We have 4 items left, but we should be able to deal with all of that tomorrow, I am hoping. So I'm going to propose that we recess now until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning At which time I am hoping that the owl will be wide awake and
TV back away.
we will be ready to go. So if there's nothing else, I will say that we stand in recess now until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And thank you all for joining us throughout the day, and look forward to most of you joining us again if you're able on our Zoom platform tomorrow morning. Thank you.